Sure, it doesn't tell you. Sure.
Yeah, sneak in there. Gotta see. Maybe I'll give another tip from Joe's over-unders. Those 1.5.
That's what I figured.
That's what I was looking for, and I couldn't find them.
Yeah, I figured it was you or Trace's phone set off the alarm, and when you clicked it anyway. Andrew, I don't think gets the alarms. I know he can log in, but I don't think he gets the alarms.
He can't even remember his notes, Joe.
Yeah, I know. See? Listen to Rhino, bro. No, I on my phone, not even just Twitter, but I have pretty much like all my notifications on turned off because I don't like my phone being lit off and all this shit
just never
popping up 100
stops.
times a day.
It's so hard.
It's the way I look at it is, dude, I'm on my phone and I'm on Twitter enough.
Yeah.
Like more than I'd like to admit. So it's like I don't need reminders when I know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? It's like I know spaces are every Tuesday at 7. Like I don't need a reminder for that.
I don't have reminders for anything, bro. I have like 200 missed text messages. I don't even give a fuck about my phone like that, bro.
It's
people who live on their phone.
Too hard to maintain, too.
I don't get it. Boys, how'd you do on that card last weekend?
I broke even.
I didn't bet on anything. I was just lazy and fucking barely even I watched it the next day, which was actually awesome because watching it on ESPN Plus after it's over, you can like watch the whole thing in like an hour.
I know I've done that shit before. Sometimes I wake up Sunday morning and I'm like, bro, I just watched every fight in an hour and 20 minutes. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet when that shit happens. Man, what'd you guys think of the main event?
I mean, you shouldn't be surprised. She is 41.
Poop. I wasn't surprised. I told you guys last week I was thinking about betting her because I fucking knew that Holly was going to lose. She's just
let's just go straight to the co-main. We don't need to talk about this fight.
What'd you do, Andrew?
I didn't do nothing.
What you mean, bro? So you think she's getting you think MBS is getting the title shot, her and Peña, for the vacated strap now?
I mean, I think it's definitely possible, for sure.
Yeah, I think the one to make.
She's got a mouthpiece, bro. That's what people like. People like the mouthpieces. And you know, her and Julianna, that'd be fireworks.
I think
at least in the press.
I think Pena smokes her.
Yeah, I kind of do too.
Me too. I think Peña's actually really good, even though Amanda put it to her last time. I think Peña went in underprepared and Amanda went in fully prepared. I'm not saying like, oh, I think Julianna should have won or no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying like I think she's better than even her last outing shows is all I'm getting at.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far.
I mean, when I look at the two fights, I feel like it's just Amanda Nunes, you know, fucking up and gassing, not taking the fight serious, and then coming back for the second one and being like, all right, I'm not gassing and I'm going to do what I should have done last time.
Yeah, and I mean, and I'll admit the first fight was
lucky.
Amanda's worst night and Julianna's best night. Like I'll be fair about this shit.
She blew her own mind that night. Like she didn't even realize that she tapped her when she tapped her.
So it was a scratch it or bet it. MBS versus Peña is the title shot. Scratch it or bet it.
Bet it.
Bet it.
Me too.
Bet it.
I don't think it should be, but I think it will be.
I mean, the way you got to look at it, right? It's either her or Pennington, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Raquel's out. Ketlen's coming off. Oh, Ketlen's fighting this weekend, isn't she?
Yeah, Vieira.
Yeah, she's fighting Pena.
Well, then Ronda Rousey's coming back next week, too. Scratch it or bet it.
Scratch it.
So, scratch. Well, this isn't a scratch it or bet it, actually. So, not like being a dick at all. So, is Bassil Hafez ready for a top ranked opponent, or is JDM overrated?
I mean, I don't think JDM's overrated. Again, it's like I'm
So
sure
do you
people
think
use the word
Hafez is ready for a
exposed.
top guy?
I'm sure people use the word exposed this weekend, right? Like JDM was exposed, and it's like, no, he wasn't, because you already knew that's what his weakness was. Like if you've watched his previous fights, you would know his takedown defense is shit and his ground game isn't the best. So it's like that result shouldn't have been any surprise. So it's like, is he overrated? No.
So everybody says that's what everybody was on last week, was that his takedown defense. Listen, we all knew that he has scrambled out of every takedown he's ever had. Like Brazo was able to keep his hands on him, bro. Nobody else has really kept their hands on him. Like
but
that's what I'm saying. Without
he had to cut weight twice,
dogging
though.
JDM out.
He had to cut weight twice. I mean, isn't that a little bit too
He
much?
said he did not cut. He said it didn't affect him.
Yeah, but come on, you're saying that, and I mean, you feel it.
Also, that Hafez guy ain't bad. That he came in there like all these guys have with these freaking short notice fights. They come in and they get the shot and they bring the heat and they bring the heart, and that's what makes exciting fights like that too.
My only issue is he should have just finished JDM, bro. All I had bet was fucking under 2.5 on the fight. So like you couldn't just fucking fight or fight to go the distance. No, like fuck them both. All I needed was either one of you pricks to get that shit. Decide you.
That's why you're
Like,
mad.
you know, whatever. What did Gordo say? You're not a person when I bet. You're a fucking I don't know what he said. Prado versus Azatar.
Hold on, Joe. Joe, we have
Yeah.
a new guy on the mic. Awaken my Usman. Go ahead, man. You got the mic.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, if you want to talk about anything being exposed, I want to talk about that IQ, man. Fucking 16 ghillie pools, and what the fuck was that all about?
Yeah, I had Inside the Distance, so I was pretty pissed off about that shit. He had him on fire. Dude, the guy couldn't even fucking breathe anymore in the last like 2 or 3 minutes of the third round. And then he starts initiating grappling, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
Yeah, that was me.
That moment where Bassil had his hands on the floor and he fucking gave him like 3 good knees to the head and then goes for a ghillie pool, I believe. I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, dude, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I was pretty pissed about it too. All I wanted was inside the third. I was like, here we go. Wait, what are you doing, you fuckface? What are you doing? Oh, I was pissed.
Yeah, after the second round, once he really pieced Bassil up, I was like, all right, he's gonna finish him in the third round. He's coming back. And then yeah, like Usman said, he just did stupid shit. So
yeah, I agree. The IQ was a little bit questionable on that. Fucking kept going for that guillotine. I don't know why.
Because he couldn't stop the takedown. At least he was trying to sink it. You know, there was.
But it's like,
but he was piecing
dude,
him up.
like the guy couldn't breathe anymore. He was so fucking tired and huffing and puffing for air. It's like, why the fuck would you want to take him to the ground? Like, he can't even stand up.
I just meant early on when he was getting taken down through the whole fight, he was fucking shooting gillies. Like he was wrapping him up, bro. There were at least 2 or 3 times where I was trying to figure out, is it in? And one time the fucking arm slipped under the chin, and I don't think he knew it because he readjusted something right away. I even rewound it because it was shortly before the round ended. And he definitely, the arm slipped under the chin and everything. And like it happened in motion though. So he just motioned right out of it. But like once I seen that he couldn't stop the takedown, I was hoping he would slip to Gilly for sure. Prado Azatar delivered as fucking promised. That was fucking, man. I hit that bitch on the dot. Under 2.5, fight to go the distance, no, and fight to end by KO. That was fucking that fight was everything it was supposed to be. I fucking loved that fight.
Prado looked good, man.
Yeah, I thought he looked great. I'll be honest. I don't think Azatar's that bad. I know who'd he get knocked out by before that?
Azatar? I don't know.
Yeah, he got fucking knocked out by somebody before that. Let's see. Oh, Matt Frivola. Frivola knocked his ass out on the 281 card. Anyways, yeah, I don't think Azatar's that bad. Like, I thought he's pretty good, so I thought it would be I thought he would have the side. I thought he would be the side. I wasn't picking a side, but I just thought he would be the side. But fuck, man, Prado looked great. Nothing bad to say.
He looked durable. That's what I liked about it. He looked like he could.
Did any of you boys pick the Iron Turtle to slip that fucking RNC?
Hell
man?
No.
But I wish I did.
Usman had him.
I knew somebody did last week. I thought somebody even called the sub last week. I was trying to give him credit.
It was probably Usman.
Yeah, I think it was Usman. Usman had that fight perfect.
I took the over, man. I was pretty annoyed.
Whatever that was.
I think that was his kid.
Yeah, probably telling us to fuck off or something. Dumont versus Chandler. Dumont decision, Chandler submission. Fucking.
Oh, that was the funniest shit with that girl running away from her.
Bro, that shit was so silly.
The memes are everywhere.
I was like, what the fuck is she doing?
Michael Chandler that was great. Michael Chandler put him and Connor on it. I was cracking the fuck up.
Oh, that was good.
I thought that was great. Sadykhov and McKinney. Not surprised.
That one
at all.
That one threw me off a little though. I've never seen McKinney fucking wrestle. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with that.
Yeah, he can wrestle, bro. Here, so I'll be 100% honest, and like I'm not talking or blaming no one. Like everybody was so high on Terrence last week, it made me kind of doubt Nazim. And then Baby was on Nazim, and I'm like, yeah, I know Baby's right on this one. And fucking when he hit, man, I was like, hell yeah. But I didn't take him. I didn't even put him in my picks in the space last week. I just went with the under. And fight to go the distance, no. But man, that shit was nice. He's that's one I had in the scratch it or bet it. You think that dude's ready for top 10 at 155 right now?
Bet it.
Top 10, 155. I'll give you the bottom half of it. Hooker, Dos Anjos, Sarukian, Gamrot, Fazeev.
Well, Hooker, you got to use a shotgun if you want to actually kill him.
Yeah, fucking clearly. I think he's ready for the top 15 for sure. Frivola is Magulov, Kano, Turner, Dawson. I don't know.
I mean, beating McKinney was a prospect. He definitely was somebody that everybody been talking about. That's probably why he was a big favorite in that, kind of like a fan favorite.
I agree. I skipped a scratch it or bet it. I mean, they're not super important, but just for the sake of it, do you think Dumont's number 12 right now? You think she could move into the top 10? Holm, Vieira, Silva, Pennington, Peña.
You know what's hilarious about that?
What's
Norma Dumont has never fought at bantamweight, yet somehow she is ranked at bantamweight.
Yeah, I know.
They don't have any other ladies to put on there, so they're like, just put somebody on it, okay?
Wait, never? Really?
Yeah, bro. It's unbelievable.
Wow, that's funny. You know what? And you're right. I should have put that together because they were talking to her about it at the post-fight press conference. And I was actually thinking that they might try to keep that division together with no belt for a little while, see if something comes up.
So she's tried to fight at bantamweight, but then she missed weight. God damn it, bro. Sorry. Fuck, man. Fuck.
Are you watching the Reds and fucking...
Yeah, bro.
He just tied it up.
No, they took the goddamn lead.
Oh yeah, they did.
Sorry, what was I saying?
Anyways,
don't
yeah,
know.
I've been the one saying that 145 is not going anywhere. 145 is a division that's going to stay. I've been saying that since before Amanda fucking retired. It's going to stay, guys. That's why we have girls moving up, and I think it's going to get a lot more interesting at 145 and 35. We're going to have 125ers moving up, 135ers moving up. We're going to get some real shaked up shit here in these divisions. It's here to stay for sure.
Yeah, I don't think it sees a belt this year though.
Joe, who is this dude?
Oh, and yeah, I went super heavy on Park and Prado and motherfucking Park. Well, not Park, fucking Derive. Be a little more durable, you son of a bitch. I had the fucking over as well, and shout out to my boy Park finishing that damn fool.
You took the over 2.5?
Yeah, I took the over. I took Park, and I took Park by split too. I thought Derive was a lot more durable.
Because I took the over 1.5 and that shit green checked for sure. I took Maxim fucking under 2.5 and that shit did not pan out though. Fucking horrible shit. What else was on there? Man, Dudakova.
She looked good.
They're saying it's a TKO by arm injury. How the fuck
Yeah,
does that work?
that was fucking nasty.
The X-ray was nasty too, man.
He
She was
said she
fucking.
looked good.
I
She
didn't
was.
see the X-ray.
Yeah,
Yo,
it was
her
like
elbow was
a complete,
separated.
yeah, just
She
completely
was.
out. It was
She
like
was
the
fucking
whole ball.
screaming, man. She was fucking yelling. Ah! I was like, what
So it
the fuck?
actually fucking separated?
Oh
Dude, you
yeah,
didn't
it
see
popped
it?
completely out.
No,
Yeah, it
I
popped
didn't. I
completely
haven't
out.
seen it at all.
Oh yeah, bro. It once they show the replay, yeah, it pops right out. It's gross.
Yeah, I seen that, but like the way he's making it sound like that fucker is broke, like they couldn't put it back.
Oh yeah, it was
It
like
didn't
fuck,
pop
you took
out.
the
It actually
ball.
fucking came apart.
Yeah,
You took the
you can see
ball
the
right out
elbow
of
is
where it's
out.
supposed to be.
Yeah, dude.
Well, I
The
was gonna say,
ball.
The ball of
scratch it
the
or bet it.
elbow is out of the socket.
I was gonna say, scratch it or bet it. Does Nunes have a career after this? Because holy shit, man! Like, of course they'll fix it, but the way that it looked, and like they're saying with the X-ray, it feels like that shit is gonna pop out frequently now.
Well,
Yeah.
she lost like 4 in a row, isn't she? I think she's done.
What else was on that card we're talking about? Man, I was wrong on Aline Perez, but I still think she's a fade. She still hasn't beat anybody. I mean, it was Ashley Evans
She
Smith, but
sucks. Eileen
yeah,
Perez sucks.
yes, she does. I mean, Ashley Evans Smith couldn't get it done, but fuck that.
They had to give her. I mean, they had to give her somebody that was weak.
Fight of the night was Jack Della versus Hafez, and performances went to performance bonuses went to Bueno Silva and Prado. That's all I got for that card. I'm gonna clap that one out. I'm gonna move up the ranking changes. So I don't know why. Manon Farab moved up 1 and Talia Santos dropped down 1, 10 to 11. In the pound for pound rankings. I don't know why that happened. For women, in the women's bantamweight division, Mayra Bueno Silva jumped 7 spots to number 3. Holly Holm dropped 2 spots below Ketlen Vieira to number 5. Consequently, Aldana dropped 1. Penny dropped 1. Santos dropped 1. Carol Rosa dropped 1 or 2. And Macy Shazan stayed where she was supposed to. Norma Dumont is now ranked number 12 at bantamweight, and Julia Alvias fell to number 13. Jack Delaman Elena moved up a ranking at welterweight, which how the fuck do you move up for fighting a non-ranked dude and winning a split decision? I don't even fucking understand it. And Ian Gary moved down one to number 14. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick. Why would he move up for that?
No, I agree.
Because he's a warrior.
I agree. He almost lost that fight too.
It was a split. Like, against the unranked guy, he should have just stayed where he was.
Shouldn't have been a split though. I mean, like,
No,
how
he
do you
should
hit a
have
guy
lost.
100 times and just because of takedowns, you make it act like it was a close fight?
I'm not trying to say. I'm saying, like, he didn't even win convincingly, but his rank still went up. He fought a dude that wasn't even in the fucking UFC before the fight.
Yeah, and even though he got 20 takedown attempts at him and he only landed 3, Jack still hit him 149 times, 83 significant strikes to 32 and 48.
Okay, I mean, I
the
get
lay and
it.
pray
You bet
aspect
Jack
is
Della
part
and
of
you're
the game.
defending your bet. It's
No, I'm
fine
not.
that you're
I didn't.
defending your bet.
I didn't bet him. But what I'm saying is, obviously the guy's fairly good. I mean, he definitely armed himself to getting a decent fight for his next fight from giving a decent.
But it should make him move up over
short
Ian
notice.
Gary in the rankings.
No,
I like to see that fight between Ian Gary and fucking JDM.
Yeah.
Ian Gary's gonna get knocked out by Jeff Neal probably because he's taking the fight.
He's got to check with his wife first. You got to remember that. Though.
Wait, what happened?
She probably told him.
He's got to check with his wife before he does anything. She wears those pants.
Listen, it's Mr. Machado.
Yeah, you got to understand. Us Spanish women are like that.
All right. So I'm gonna actually close out last week's card because I got all this stupid shit open on my computer, and then I'm going to get into this week's card. So this week we have UFC London, but they're not calling it London, even though I thought every time they go to London, it's UFC London. Like, it's not UFC London 15 or no shit. It's, I don't know, whatever. So, UFC Fight Night, Aspinall versus Tybura, also known as UFC Fight Night 224, and UFC on ESPN Plus 82 will take place this Saturday, July 22nd, at the O2 Arena in London, England. Do
they start early this week?
I have no idea, to be honest. I didn't even look at the start.
9 a.m. for you guys on the West Coast, noon for us.
Oh, that's a beautiful time for us.
Oh, yeah.
The event will mark the
paid early
15th visit to London, the first since 286 in March of 2023. Like, that's not, I don't know why they write it that way. The first in a couple fucking months, big deal. So I looked this up today because normally I tell you all the fight cancellations and there were none, and I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, right.
There will be some.
So I started going back. If all fighters scheduled to fight make weight this week, it will be the first UFC card to go off without an official bout cancellation, reschedule, or catch weight adjustment since June 19th of 2021 on the Ige versus Zombie card 89 events ago.
And with 15 fights, it's not going to happen.
I mean, it could.
Make that a scratch it or bet it. I'm saying scratch it. Because something's going to happen. Somebody's going to get like a freaking cold, pull muscles, something's going to get ruined. Weight cut problem.
It might. But I'm hoping not. I'd like to see it go off. Andy Hickey made a cool, he called it a wonderful observation. 9 of the next 10 UFC events are at arenas. The apex is slowly dying. May it burn in hell, is what he said. I think the apex is needed and will continue to be used because Holly Holm versus Mayra Silva will never sell out an arena, boys. Sorry. And if you want UFC more than once or twice a month, you're going to have to deal with fucking low-end cards. So it is what it is. Finally, the card is set to headline a bout between heavyweights Tom Aspinall and Marching Tybura. All right, Andrew, you want to rotate tail of the tape with me?
Let's do it.
Yo, I got a quick question, Joe.
Yeah, what you got?
Yo, why didn't you tell me UFC events are so expensive?
What do you
didn't
mean?
know this?
I knew, but not like that. Like, not really. I just looked up the prices for Boston. Shit's like $300 a piece for like one ticket.
Yeah,
Where are you
so
sitting?
yeah, that's
Yeah, where's that $300 get you?
Somewhere lame,
It's
I
an
think.
$11 beer. You have an $11 beer.
I'm in
Pretty tasty.
Fight Club because I know I go to at least one card every year. So like, I would assume I could get in those shitty seats for like $175 from Fight Club. That's the pre-sale, and then I would assume a card like UFC Boston, I could probably get lower bowl for about $450
So for
floor.
the future, we're just gonna buy all of our tickets through Joe, and then he will ship them to you
Yeah,
on your Google Wallet.
I don't even have to do that. It's just the ASX app. You
There
fucking
you
send
go.
me. I send you the tickets. Life is easy.
Just save you some money. Just making people money every day. That's what we do on this show.
Yeah, I don't care. If somebody needs me to get them tickets, I mean, I'm not gonna fuck you. You just gotta trust me and whatever. I'll get your tickets for you. All right, we're gonna start off the card. First fight in the night is Rafael Fiallo versus Daniel Perez. It is a 125-pound bout. Fiallo is 14-3. Perez is 16-5. Fiallo is 5'7", 68 inches of reach. Perez is 5'6", 66 inches of reach. So Fiallo is a little taller, a little longer. Neither guys have too many fights in the UFC. Both coming off losses. Fiallo to Makayev. He's got one win before that. That's his whole UFC career. And then Baraz coming off a loss to Henderson. One UFC fight, so that's his whole setup there. All I'm getting at is I'm not going to use the stats for the fighters. They'll be wastelanded and not really relevant. Fiallo has 17 pro fights, and in 17 pro fights has only been to decision twice, but has been into the third round much more times than that. Probably about half of his career has made it into the third round. He's had about 5 fights end in the first round, all of them by win, to be fair. If you go over to Perez, he has 21 pro fights and been to decision 6 times. In his last 4 fights, he hasn't been out of the first round. 2 fights before that, his Contender Series fight and the fight before that, he went the distance, and then some first round finishes before that. I think this fight goes over. I don't think either guy has an edge as far as how to finish the other. Both guys have 2 submission losses and some decision losses on their record. Fiallo's got 8 submission wins, and Perez has 6 submission wins. I assume it goes to the ground because Perez will have a advantage on the feet. I assume it goes to the ground early, where I don't see either one of them having a real big advantage. So I'm on the over 1.5 on this fight. Yeah, I feel pretty confident about that. Yeah. Anybody else on this fight?
Yeah.
Head picks is.
So in my failed attempts of trying to do tape work for today, I was only really able to do this fight. I woke up like fucking terribly late. So
The
but I was
first
able
fight
to
of the card. Good job,
yeah,
Tape
first
Tapes. I'm
fights.
proud of you.
So I was able to see was I kind of understand where you're coming from on the over, but I was leaning more towards the under. I think this fight has a high potential finish rate because these guys are flyweights, you know. So with that being said, I feel that Hafez lacks on the feet. I mean, and this is only from what I've seen. I watched his Dana White's Contender Series fight with Roy Boy Chivara. That fight was I don't know. I mean, maybe he was just too passive and just waiting for the right shot. I mean, but from what I was seeing, I feel like if he's gonna be throwing naked leg kicks out there, and if he's gonna be eating up leg kicks, and I could see a potential finish for Daniel Barez, because those kicks that he throws are like very vicious. Like I noticed in the two fights I was watching for him that he hurt his opponents very early on with the leg kicks, and it very well led to finishes. Um, I feel maybe Barez probably does have the better of the stand up in terms of output and shot placement, because Barez was um he was avoiding the big shots, and from what I was able to see, but at the same time his opponents weren't of the highest quality, so he should have been, doing that. He should have been avoiding the big shots. He shouldn't have been getting damaged in those fights. But he, like, from what I've seen, he did finish the fights, in a great fashion. He really did what he had to do. With Filo, I mean, he did lose some Okayev. I can't take nothing away from that. I mean, that's he was going to lose that fight no matter what. The Roybert, I mean, the thing I could say is that I saw from the Roybert Echevarria fight is, from what I've seen, if I'm just going based off that, Daniel Barez is going to get the knockout. If anything, I would suggest just taking the under, because I feel like there's a potential finish rate for either fighter, because both these fighters have been, through just fucking can scrapping. So if anything, I could see they're gonna want to make a statement. It's the fucking O2 Arena. It's gonna be the first fight of a big card. So if I'm taking a side, I'm taking Daniel Barez. If I'm taking a bet, I'm taking the under.
And I want to put this out there really quick. So I skipped this fight, and when you heard me a little hesitant to give my pick, is because I had the next fight in my number one slot for takes. If you look in the chat earlier, this fight wasn't even on my list. So Dead Picks is the side on this one to listen to.
See, Joe, you know what I mean now.
Yeah, I just had my shit in the wrong spot here.
Yup.
Yeah, bro, it's rough. It's rough. Notes, bro. I don't have any idea. I do more than a couple thousand words in a notepad file for every show. So like, yeah, when some shit gets out of order or you don't have some shit, it can fuck your whole time up in here. But I did not have that one on my list.
Well,
I
you
had
do look at that Barez or Barez. I don't know how you say it, but the guys he
Baraz.
did beat. All right. The guys that he beat in these last four fights are shit, dude. 14-12, 6-9, 7-9, 10-9.
He
And then
fought
he
Carlos.
lost a split decision against Carlos Hernandez
I was
on
just gonna
Contender.
say that was
So
in
that's
the
like his last fight.
Contender.
Yeah, so that was in Contender, and then he comes and he beats four cans and he gets a shot, maybe because he's got a Uriah Faber butt chin. Got to point it out.
He's a
And
coach too in Spain, from what I heard.
yeah, but when you look at the last fight for Philo, I don't know how you say his either,
Below,
but
yeah, Philo.
his last fight, he fucking almost broke his goddamn leg. I mean, that's pretty to Muhammad's top prospect in there, and he put in a hell of a show. So I'm actually kind of surprised he's not even more of a favorite.
Yeah, it's very low level fight, bro. It's always like that for these prelims, early prelims. So
Yeah, I'm not gonna overstress this one. We've given it a lot of time. Andrew, what you got next?
Man, we've got a strawweight bout coming up. We have Shauna Bannon, who's making her UFC debut. She's taking on Bruna Brasil. Shauna Bannon is 5-0. Bruna Brasil is 8-3-1. Shauna Bannon is making her UFC debut. Brasil is 0-1 in the UFC. She lost to Denise Gomes in her last fight, but she is a Contender Series girl. Let's see, 5'6" for Bruna Brasil. Shauna Bannon is 5'5". I don't have her reach, but Brasil's reach is 65 inches. Bruna Brasil fights orthodox. Shauna Bannon is a switch fighter. If we look at the line, Bassil is a favorite, minus 150 to Shauna Bannon's plus 130. The over 2.5 is pretty juiced at minus 275 currently. Under 2.5 is plus 215. To be honest, I think this fight is a lot closer than the line suggests. Bruna Bassil's finishes are against girls that are very fucking small, more like atom weights, very tiny. She's pretty tall for the division at 5'6". She uses her range pretty well. She kind of sits in a karate stance, keeps her hands low, which is her biggest fucking flaw. But she uses her kicks well, her teep kicks, her front body kicks to keep the distance. She's got decent footwork, so she knows how to move around the cage. Shauna Bannon's going to go in and try to just bully her. She's a dog. She's a junkyard dog. That's who she is. I don't really see any finishing ability in this fight from either side. I think even if it goes to the ground, neither one can get up. I think it's going to be neutral, and I think it's going to be standing. So I am curious to see if Shauna can get through the reach disadvantage and hit her. So it should be a decent fight, but I'm taking the over parlayed with another over on this card. The over 2.5 is minus 275 currently. It is a nice parlay piece. Low level women's MMA. If there's no finishing ability, take the over. It's almost guaranteed. But that's what I got on this one. What you got, Joe?
So I think you broke it down pretty well. I will go ahead and say that the UFC probably thinks the only path to a non-decision victory is that Bannon will knock out Bruna, but that's not going to happen. I know that Bruna's been knocked out before. I know she got dropped by Denise Gomes. Not the same thing. And then early in her career. So I'm not real worried about that. If you take the knockout aside and you just look at rounds breakdowns and time spent in the octagon, I'm very, very confident on the over 1.5 here. Probably take the over 2.5 as well. I didn't actually put that one on my plays. I do a lot of over 1.5s and under 2.5s because I parlay. So, sometimes you give up a little odds because I do 4 and 5 leggers all the time. But this fight over 1.5 is a 5 out of 5. Fucking definitely taking it. Yeah, no disagreement with anything you said about either one of the fighters. Anybody else on this fight? I know this is the top level of MMA, and everybody wants to get in on it.
So that means go on to the next fight.
All right, well, I'll press this button here, which laps us right out. And I'll announce the next fight, which is Chris Duncan versus Yanal Ashmaz. I can't say that dude's name. I know, whatever. I did.
Red Fox nickname. Go with the Red Fox.
Yeah, that's what he is in my notes.
Great comedian.
You said it right though.
I did say it right.
Yes, sir.
Man, I was trying earlier. I was listening to someone say it in a video and shit, and I'm like, I don't know if I got that shit or not.
Ashmash? What's
Ashmaz.
Ashmash? Yeah, some shit like that.
Ashmaz. Anyways, Duncan is 10-1. Ashmaz is 7-0. They're fighting at 155. Duncan's got 3 fights in the UFC, coming off 2 wins. Ashmaz has got 1, coming off 1 win. Duncan is 5'10", 71 inches of reach. Ashmaz is 5'9", 68 inches of reach. They both fight orthodox. The one fight in the UFC definitely makes the stats on UFCstats.com too slanted to really use. They are a good tool when guys are veterans, but just not that early in their career. The Red Fox, Ashmas, at 7-0, has 4 knockouts, 2 submissions, and 1 decision. So, I mean, his finishing upside is pretty high. Duncan 10-1 has 7 KOs, 1 submission, 2 decisions, and has been knocked out 1 time. You might remember he got knocked out by Boroshev on the Contender Series a couple of years ago. I actually am pretty confident I do remember that. I didn't look that fight up today, but I'm pretty confident I remember that. This fight made my list for over 1.5. Both of these guys have a tendency, or I know both of these guys have a tendency to get the fight done. But I was actually taping them, and I think one will cancel the other out. I think we see a lot of times where 2 finishers can't get each other done. Morales took Duncan to a split in his last fight. And Ashmaj I made a note on him. He went to decision in the PFL 2 fights ago by another power puncher. So I actually took this one. I rated it at a 3.5. A 3 out of 5 on the over 1.5. I'll also take ends in KO. Neither side, but just ends in KO, and I have about the same confidence as that. I'm fairly confident if I don't get both of them, I'll hit one if not the other. But I don't actually think this fight ends really, really fast. Ajmas has more knockouts in the second and third round than he does in the first. He's only got 1 first round finish. So I don't know. That's the one. That's my stance there. Anybody else on this fight?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, you could go, Will.
yeah. So I really like Yanal to win. Duncan, I mean, he didn't look good versus Morales, and that's like a 37-year-old. This Yanal guy, he hits like a heavyweight. He's very explosive, and he's been training with Russian wrestlers where Khabib first came to the United States. So yeah, I like Yanal to find that chin in that 15 minutes because, Duncan, he's a liability. If he gets hit, he's on wobbly legs. So yeah, give me Yanal.
Yeah, and to be, I kind of stumbled on some of my notes there because I just had him kind of as footnotes there. Since Duncan has hit the big show, he's only got out of there in the first round 1 time, and that was his second trip to the Contender Series. So I don't know. I feel confident on the over 1.5 here. I also feel confident on the knockout. So maybe one cancels the other, but hopefully it happens late in the second round.
Zaza, go ahead, bud.
Oh, appreciate that. Yeah, I agree with Will. I'm gonna take the Red Fox here. Actually, when we used to do tape work a couple months ago, I was assigned to that fight of Ashmas versus I forgot. I think it was in London though. He was facing some tall dude, and he knocked him out in 10 seconds.
Stevenson or something.
What was that?
Patterson.
Patterson. Yes, that's what it was.
I got the sun right.
Yep.
Yeah, Sam the Future Patterson.
Yeah. Yep. And he knocked him out in 10 seconds, and
So
he's
his
a
future
dog.
wasn't looking very good.
So yeah, Ashmal as dog again. Give me that. I'll take those.
Is he the dog? I haven't plugged the site or anything. Everybody in here kind of knows when it's not big fight card nights, the room stays small, so I don't worry too much about it. But for anybody that doesn't know, this week started the work on tracking lines on the site. So you'll be able to see opening odds, current odds. You'll have the little charts like the other sites have. It'll update once a day and have arrows up and down for line movement. We won't have a backlog of archives, but we will also soon be an archive each fives for fighter. So you'll be able to click their name and see what their odds were. It'll likely only be for the fights that we have on site. So like from the time we start tracking forward, but at least we'll have some type of build up on there. Anybody who's listening, that's capmma.com. Anybody on the replay, we always thank you guys. We get a good amount of replays even on bad weeks, so we really appreciate that. Anyways, Andrew, what you got next, bud?
Man, we're heading over to the bantamweight division. We have an exciting matchup with Ketlen Vieira and Pena. Both vets in this UFC game. This should be a pretty fun affair. Vieira is 13-3 to Kianzad's 17-6. They both have an insanely high average fight time. Ketlen's is 15.5 minutes, and Kianzad's is 14 minutes. Pretty similar in height, 5'8" to 5'7" for Vieira. Vieira has a 2-inch reach advantage, 68 to 66. Both right-handed, fighting orthodox. I think the stats actually do play a little bit of a tail. Kianzad lands at a higher clip. She averages 5.32 strikes landed per minute to Vieira's 3.24. They take about the same, 4.16 to 4.12. So I definitely think Kianzad's going to be the higher volume girl. They both have similar-ish opponents. They both lost to Pennington. I would say Vieira has fought better girls, I guess, in Holm and Tate, even though they're both kind of in their latter days. I want to pull up the odds because this is where I'm going with this fight. Vieira is -145. Kianzad's +125. Over 2.5 currently is -325. The under 2.5 is +250. I'm not picking a side on this one. I'm just going to take the over. I know it's juiced, but I am parlaying it with the over in the Shauna Bannon fight. So that'll give me a decent payback. And like I said, you look at those average fight times, neither one of them has high finishing ability. I think Vieira has the power advantage, but I think Kianzad's a lot quicker. Vieira's flat-footed, so she tends to move a little bit slower. She doesn't move her head very well, even though she kind of makes it look like she does when she, ducks her head from side to side. But like I said, I think this fight is closer than the line suggests, just like the first women's bout we were speaking of. So I'm going to lay off of this. I am going to take the over 2.5, and I am very intrigued by split decision. I think this fight has split decision written all over it. It is only +250, which tells you it's probably going to do that. Just take it. Don't try getting cute. Don't try getting creative. Just take it. They're giving it to you. These are low level, or not. This isn't low level, but this is just no finishing ability. So I think that over is lock. I know Usman's very high on this fight. So Joe, give us what you got, and then pass it off to Usman.
I'm on the fight to go the distance. Yes, and clearly the over 1.5, just because I play those for all my overs. So I'm a 5 out of 5 on the over 1.5. I'm a 4 out of 5 on the fight to go the distance. Yes. I think Ketlen is the side, though. I actually worry that late into the fight, she may be able to pull it off. I'm worried that like late into the second or in the mid-third, she may actually find the submission finish, but I could be wrong. Either way, I'm on the over and the fight to go to decision next. Usman, what you got on this fight, bro?
Yo, you got me?
Yeah.
Who did you say you're on?
Ketlen.
Oh, yeah, I had to double check, man. Yeah, I don't get it, man. I don't understand why she's a favorite. And it's like the more I watch her, I don't know how she was ever the favorite in any of these fights. There's a lot that I dislike about her. She when it gets close, all like when it gets inside boxing range, all of her fucking technique goes out the window when she just starts looping punches like crazy, just nothing but wild hooks. I think she's blind to Pena's best punch, and she's been blind to it her whole career, that left hook, the lead left hook. That's why I'm thinking about sprinkling on Pani by KO. I'm definitely going to hit the over. I'm definitely on Pani. I think when you look at both the Irene Aldana loss and the Raquel Pennington loss for Ketlen, they're doing a lot of the same shit that Penny does, especially in her last fight. And I think I've been watching Penny since she was in the Ultimate Fighter, and I think she's definitely getting better. And when you see that last fight, I know it was against what the fuck's her name? Anybody know who her last fight was? I know I watched it. I just can't think of it. I'm
Landsberg. You're talking about
Landsberg.
Landsberg.
I know it was against Landsberg and completely different type of opponents, different game plans and everything. But her footwork was a lot better, circling on the outside. I think she hides that left hook that I'm talking about very well because she throws it out as a jab, or she throws it out instead of a jab. Then she switches it up with the jab. Then she steps in and does what Raquel Pennington did good, steps in with the right straight to stop the pattern and the rhythm that Ketlen gets into. Penny is vulnerable to the left hook, and Ketlen will throw it. But even when we're talking about in the clinch, I know before I taped this fight, I was thinking, fuck, maybe Ketlen is going to hold her up against the fence a little bit and win some time there. You look at that Lena Landsberg fight, I'm telling you, like, I just feel like Penny has gotten better. And you look at that Lena Landsberg fight, and she did a lot of good shit there. Like, as soon as she got held up against the fence, she's shoving forearms in her face, into her chin, breaking head position. She's reaching in between her legs to stop takedowns. She's fighting for underhooks. Like, there's a lot that I like about Penny, but I'm a big Penny fan. I understand if you want to be on the other side, or if I'm a little bit blind. Like, I completely get that. But I'm big on Penny here, and I think, like I said, the biggest thing is Ketlen does not seem to see that left hook at all. I know Penny's got grit. Penny's got volume. Like, I'm on Penny for it's giving me her at a dog odds. I'm definitely taking Penny. Like I said, watching this tape, I can't really find anything to like about Ketlen. I've watched all of her fights even as she was coming up, and she's just never been one that I've paid attention to. Not a fighter that I care about. And that's because I fucking love WMMA. I love women's fights. Just don't really care about Ketlen. And I think she's just very ugly when she strikes, and her striking seems like it's getting worse. It's becoming more and more elementary. She's not mixing anything up. She very rarely throws straight strikes, but she will. And when they do land, they fucking hurt. She does have the power advantage for sure. But I think Penny's got a lot to work with here.
Yeah, I'm not really knocking her skills, to be honest. I think she's a good fighter. I think both of them pick up steam as the fight goes. Ketlen is probably more of the steady engine with a slow pickup, where Penny clearly picks up like later in the fight. Without question, she picks up later in the fight. But I think she gets sloppy later in the fight. And the only reason I really favor Ketlen is because I think if Penny gets sloppy late in the fight, she'll capitalize. But I didn't put Ketlen on my list. You know what I mean? I don't have her no money line bet. I just got her on the over 1.5 and the fight to go the distance. So fuck it. I hope Penny beats her to a decision. I mean, Penny doesn't beat anybody any other way. So, you know, whatever. Hopefully she beats her by decision.
Yeah, and although I'm wanting to sprinkle and gonna gamble a little bit on Penny KO, over 1.5, over 2.5. Fucking, if you want to pick either side, throw split decision in there as well, because both of these girls, fucking, that's what they do. They make the fights very, very close. It's a lot of grind. It's a lot of action. Penny does get hit a lot. Ketlen's gonna have the power advantage. Yeah, the split, I think, is very sexy here. Even when I watched that Raquel fight, I looked at it and I said, I don't know how Ketlen wins a card at all. And she fucking took home a split in a loss, but it was a split again. So, yeah, I think the distance and all that, I think that's very, very, very easy to hit in this one.
Yeah, there's some argument for Ketlen in that Rocky fight too. So, yeah, I see it. I get it. All right, that's probably enough of this one, unless somebody else is on it. No hands. That's fine. That was pretty strong take by Usman.
Disrespectful.
Nah, bro. That was a good take. Like, I'm not even trying to argue it. I do think Penny gets sloppy later into the fight. I think she tries to unload her gas tank because she's got a good gas tank. So she just figures fuck it and unloads it late in the fight. And I think she's a little sloppy when she does it. Andrew, are you
I
on?
told you he
Are
was
you
big on
next?
that fight, bro.
He was. I mean, he's got good takes too. I think I'm next, right?
Yeah.
Yep. We got Muradov and Barberena.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this will be a fun fight. So Mahmoud Muradov, 25-8, 6'2", 75 inches of reach. Brian Barberena, 18-10. 6 foot, 72 inches of reach. Muradov is orthodox. Barberena is southpaw. So Muradov is 2 inches taller, 3 inches longer, and orthodox fighting a southpaw. Both guys have racked up more than a few UFC fights. Barberena lands at almost 6 significant strikes per minute, or 6 strikes per minute, which is pretty high average, especially at one. Are they fighting at 170 or 185?
Nah, bro, it's 185.
Man,
Yeah.
all right. So,
That's a difference maker. Yeah. Keep going. I'll talk after you, man.
man, 5.8 significant strikes landed and 4.8 significant strikes absorbed per minute for Barberena. Muradov is 4.3 strikes landed, 2.7 strikes absorbed. Neither guy averages too much on the takedown. I'm going to skip over to my notes on this one. So, fight to go the distance, no. Fight ends by KO. I think Muradov is probably the side to get the KO. And Barberena is first round or decision for sure. So, I don't have any faith in Brian Barberena as a fighter. Like, I'm so not trying to be a dick, but I just don't have any faith in anything except for he's going to go out there and hammer it out. And I think he's a pretty decent nail, but he's a much better hammer. Muradov is going to come in. I know he's coming off the 2 losses. I don't know. I just think he'll get the knockout. That's my opinion. But I'm not taking a side in this fight because I don't trust Brian Barberena. Andrew, go ahead and throw it over to Usman.
Yeah, man. Brian Barberena's fighting at 185. I've got to say, man, I don't really understand it.
Yeah, that fucking throws it out the window for me.
Yeah.
Like, fucking throw the baby out with the bathwater. The fight is fucking over. Jesus.
I mean, the only thing that makes me think is maybe he's struggling to cut to 170. Either that, or maybe he just thinks he's going to be like bigger and stronger at 185, but he's facing a much bigger guy. I think Muradov can beat him wherever the fight goes. I think he can take him down because Barberena has, some of the worst takedown defense in the UFC. I think he can beat him striking. I don't really think it matters. I think he's going to have the strength advantage. Mahmoud's 2 losses in the UFC are to GM3 and Kaio, who are both extremely superior grapplers. This is not Brian Barberena. He's just going to be the junkyard dog that he normally is, and it's not going to work. So I do have Muradov. I have him parlayed with Tom Aspinall later on. That is my pick. I'm not getting cute with it in terms of inside the distance. I'm not taking the over or anything like that. I've got Muradov straight money line parlayed with Tom. So that's what I got on this one. Go ahead, Usman.
No, I lost my track of thought. I don't know what the fuck I was going to say, but Joe said something about maybe putting respect or something about not knowing what to think of
I don't
Barberena.
trust Barberena. I don't trust his ass.
Yeah, that you don't trust him. How the fuck could you trust him, man? The dude is retired already twice, and it's not even like a regular retirement. It's like, if I get another fight, maybe I'll come back or whatever. It's like, I like Barberena. I like Barberena. He fucking puts on great fights, but he's obviously had one foot out of the business for a long time, or for a while now. Now he's going up. I definitely don't think he's having trouble cutting down to 170. I think he's just here for fun fights. He's here to cash a big paycheck, or not even a big paycheck, just a paycheck. And I hate to be like everybody, or like just hype up one side, but it seems like everybody is on Muradov by KO. I already have him parlayed, so fuck it.
Man, are there a lot of people on his KO?
Oh yeah, there's lots of people on him and his KO.
Yeah, it's. I think it is Muradov KO or decision. No, I'm not mad at Andrew saying he's not getting cute, and he's just taking the money line. Yeah, I'm not mad at that at all. Anybody else taking this fight? Zah, this seems like a fight you'd be on.
Yeah, I do like that guy, Mahomet Mardadov.
Muradov?
Yeah, sprinkle him in a little parlay, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I just figured this would be one you'd be high on anyway. Andrew, what you got next?
All right, we're heading over to the heavyweight division. First heavyweight fight of the card. We have Mick Parkin taking on Jamal Pogues. Mick Parkin is 6-0, undefeated. Pogues is 10-3. Parkin is 6'4" to Pogues 6'3". 79-inch reach for Parkin, 77 for Pogues, both fighting orthodox. If we go and look at these lines, both of them are actually coming off of wins. Pogues beat Josh Parisian, and then Parkin beat Neves. So both are coming off of wins. I like watching fights when guys are coming off of wins. Pogues is the favorite currently. He's minus 162, plus 142 for Mick Parkin. The over under is set at 1.5, and the over is minus 214, so that's pretty juiced, and the under is 1.5. I don't really know what to expect with this fight. They both like to take the fight to the ground, but I foresee it being canceled out and being a stand-up fight. This is low-level, sloppy heavyweights, so it's got over written all over it, especially at the 1.5. I don't know if this is a trick or something, but I feel like that's a pretty safe bet to make. They're both capable on the ground, so I don't see one finishing the other. So I am curious to see what it would look like standing up. Other than that, I don't really have too much interest in this fight. Joe, do you have anything on this fight, man?
So I try not to skip too many fights on the card. You know that I'm like, oh, you got to at least have a take on all of them. But I don't have much on this one. It's not really on my slips. It's not a fight I'm really excited to see. Yeah, that's as honest as I can be about it. And I try as the host to have a take on most of them, but man, I just couldn't get myself into this one.
Anybody else on this one at all?
It's a heavyweight debut, and we've got an England fighter against the U.S. So, I mean, it's definitely going to have the crowd on one side.
I'm just gonna say what I always say. I haven't looked into this one, but one thing me and Andrew can always agree on is if you're gonna give us two sloppy low-level heavyweights, we're gonna hit that over. They're gonna give us over 1.5. That's a free parlay piece. That's a free tile, in my opinion. Like I said, I haven't looked into it. I'm just going off of my mind's eye. I think Jamal Pogues likes to fucking.
Jamal's got, let's see, three decisions in a row since his loss of a submission from a heel hook. Before that, he was on the Contender Series again and had a unanimous decision. So he's definitely the decision guy, where Mick is 6-0 and has not seen a decision. In his last 5, one guy was 2-17, another 2-3 knockout. 7-7, and then a 6-9, and then went to a contender series where he beat a 5-0 Neves by submission in a rear naked choke 10 months ago. So, I mean, he's trying to make a name for himself, but looks like he's only fought one real competition.
So, I mean, despite talent level, we don't know where that's at. He's definitely fighting low level. And even
Yeah.
another rule for my MMA book is if somebody is coming in with a lot of first round finishes and they're going up against a little test, we're going to hit the over. Like I was saying, I think Jamal Pogues likes to hold people up against the fence. Let's just hug for fucking 7 minutes. That's great. Give it to us. Free parlay, please.
Yeah, I can't disagree with the logic there at all, if I'm being honest. I know you boys cash on shit like that all the time. I kind of do too. I have different rules, but yeah, I totally fucking get it. I'm not going to give this one too much air, though, unless anybody else has got bets on it. Well, then, lap that one out there. Up next, we do have a good fight at 155. Mark Duplessis versus Joel Alvarez. I'm personally excited to see this fight. I think it will be a good fight.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, Duplessis is 16-6. I set my glasses down, boys. Fuck you. Don't start your shit. 16-6. Noel Alvarez is 19-3. Duplessis is 5'10", 73 inches of reach, orthodox. Alvarez is 6'3", 77 inches of reach, orthodox. Both guys got a rack of fights in the UFC. Duplessis averages 2.7 strikes landed per minute. Alvarez 3.4. Duplessis absorbing 2.6. Alvarez 3.6. So the offset is about the same there. Duplessis has averaged 8.3 take for 15 minutes with a takedown defense of 67%. Alvarez has, I don't know his total UFC fights. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in 6 total UFC fights, he has 0 takedowns per 15 minutes, 0 takedown accuracy, 0 takedown defense, but 1.2 submission attempts averages per 15 minutes, opposed to Duplessis, who has 3.3 average takedowns per 15 minutes with 0.0 submission attempts. Yeah, I think Duplessis probably takes him to the ground. That's going to be his path. Take him to the ground and try to beat on him. Alvarez is the favorite for probably good reason. I'm going to go out on a limb here, though, because I have faith in Duplessis' durability, and I'm looking to bet fight starts round 2, yes. And it is not on my list, but I will look at fight goes over 1.5, yes. I think that the UFC expects that this fight will end. Alvarez has got 16 submissions and clearly doesn't attempt any takedowns, so he plans on being taken down. So Duplessis takes him down, falls into the trap, blah, 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 blah. I get it. I don't think Duplessis that dumb. Probably keeps him on the feet for the first round and then takes him down early into the second once he feels him out. So I am definitely looking for the fight starts round 2. Yes. Anybody else on this fight?
Yes,
I
sir, man.
have a
Yes,
question for you,
sir.
Joe.
What you got?
Do you know if that over 1.5 is that like the baseline or is that the alternate line that you're hitting?
What? It's the
Like
alternative.
it's the alternative. I'm asking because like is Bet Online gonna give me over 2.5, under 2.5, or is it
Yeah.
at one?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. So the over 2.5 is plus 150, and the under 2.5 is minus 180. So with this fight, I like Joel Alvarez a lot. I think he's going to get it done by submission. I think Jacasey has a knack for putting his head into people's arms for gillies. He likes to do it. He's done it twice in the UFC, and Joel Alvarez has done that as well. He's also caught the gilly. He can also put you in an armbar. So I know Jacasey likes to wrestle ever since he got lit up by Fiziev, which was very smart because he was able to rack up some wins by wrestling. But I don't think he wants to stand up with Alvarez at all. So he's going to try to take him down. And when he does, you know what Joel Alvarez is going to do. He's going to throw those subs up. I don't think Jacasey is going to be able to get a lot of action off. So I don't think he's going to win scorecards. But I am going to take Alvarez by sub. Right now it's plus 125. It was a lot higher. I think people know what's going on with it. But that's what I got on this one. I do have him by sub.
Yeah, I'm not really arguing you with it. Anybody else on this fight?
Same thing as Andrew. I'm probably going to hit Joel Alvarez money line and Alvarez inside the distance. I don't really like Mike Diakese, or what's his name? Mark Diakese. Yeah, I don't like this guy, obviously. I don't think he's ever impressed me, really. Everybody started calling him D1 at KC. Yeah, he showed some wrestling. And, I don't know, a win over Borchev. I don't like Borchev's ass either. I'm not on Mark Diakese for this one.
Yeah, his fight IQ is not very good. He does some stupid shit.
Yeah, I agree.
Just so you guys know, he has
I'm
went
on
the
Joe Alvarez.
distance. He has went the distance in 8 out of his last 10.
Who is Diakese?
Yeah.
Yeah, he runs away a lot.
I feel like his style changed. I feel like if he needs to stand and throw hands with Alvarez, he's probably in much better shape than trying to take him down. When he takes him down, he tends to shoot at waist level. He'll put his fucking head right next to their waist. Andrew was saying, he'll slip his head right into a gilly for him. But I do think he will try to take him down later in the fight. And I don't know. I still think the fight could go to decision, but I wouldn't bet it. But fight to start round 2, I'll bet you I get that at I bet I get that at pretty good odds when they release that line, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm sure you're going to get that at plus odds, and I think that's a sexy bet right there. If you get that at plus odds, why the fuck not?
Yeah, even if I can get it at like minus 120 or something in a parlay, bro, like that'd be a nice fucking hit. Vinny, my bad, bro. I talked over you twice. What were you going to say about this fight?
No, I was just saying that I was looking at the stats on this, and Joe Alvarez is pretty tall. He's got the reach over 6.3, 6 feet and 3 inches compared to 5'10".
Oh, yeah, he's got a lot of reach and a lot of height.
Yeah.
Well, the weight
What's the
cut.
reach?
Well, let's see what he does with his weight, because Joel has also had like 2 bad misses, and then he made his weight last time, so he could possibly run into a wall if he has a bad weight cut again.
Well, and it's close. It's very close, but I have a stat that when I see it, I have to see a true edge to bet on a fighter. Joel Alvarez lands 3.4 strikes per minute, but he absorbs 3.6. So that's like a hairline over, but like, man, fighters who absorb more than they land are fades most of the time. I mean, I look at these stats every week. Andrew does, so he's got to be able to attest to that by now, because he's been looking at these stats every week with me for weeks now, bro. People who get hit more than they land are typically fades. Go ahead, Usman.
I just wanted to question how much of that is a test to Arman Sarukian beating his fucking face in. Because that was another thing I was gonna say. Like, I'm not saying anybody is saying this or you're saying this, but like, is Diakese going to hold him down and just beat him in like Arman did? I don't see that happening either.
Yeah, well, and Arman only landed 6 strikes per minute on him.
Only.
I was gonna say, wait, what, only? That's a lot.
I'm just saying when you're looking at Alvarez has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 UFC fights. I don't think that that's gonna strongly flood the average. It might bump it up one. And to be fair, Duplessis is borderline, lands 2.73, absorbs 2.63. So like it's razor close for both of them guys. And they both got striking accuracy 40% for Duplessis, 44 for Alvarez, 53% defense for Duplessis, 49% defense for Alvarez. Like if he can work the reach, maybe he'll find an edge. But like they're both razor close. But I do not like a stat of a guy that gets hit more than he hits people. And then you could throw it back too, is that credit to the 2 times that Duplessis has recently taken people down and beat the shit out of them to get his stats up. He probably was below that average before those fights. So I get it. I just got certain things, we all got things we don't like to see when it comes to betting, and that's one I don't like to see. Andrew, what you got next, bro?
Next, we are heading to the welterweight division. We have the veteran Danny Roberts taking on the debutant and Johnny Parsons. Danny Roberts 18-7 to Parsons 8-2. Danny Roberts is the much bigger guy. He is 6'1" with 74-inch reach to Parsons 5'9" at 69-inch reach. So that's a 5-inch reach disadvantage. Danny Roberts fighting southpaw. Parsons fighting orthodox. Let's see. If we're looking at the stats, it's kind of what Joe was literally just talking about. This guy absorbs more strikes than he lands. He lands 3.08 and he absorbs 3.5. He has a 40% striking accuracy. There's no point in reading stats for Parsons because he's only fought on the Contender Series. I'm going to be... Oh, wait. Where's the odds? Let's bring these odds up. Currently, it's pretty much a pick'em. Parsons is minus 105. Roberts is minus 115. The over 2.5 is plus 115. The under 2.5 is minus 145. I am interested to see if Roberts can finally perform. It's been a while since he's had a good performance. Every win that he has in the UFC, none of those guys are on the roster anymore. So that's pretty telling. But he is in England. We'll see what happens. I am not too high on this fight. I apologize. I don't have much on this fight. I pick my spots. I don't feel the need to bet every single bet on the card, and this is not one of them. I would love to take the over. However, Roberts has a tendency to get finished a lot. I am going to take Parsons probably Thursday or Friday just to see if he has any finishing ability. But right now, there's just nothing that's screaming at me about this fight. So I'm just going to sit back and I'm going to enjoy this one. You have anything on this one, Joe?
Yeah, actually, I'm with you. I'm skipping it on bets. Danny Roberts is one of the most prolific examples of has no idea what to do with his reach or height. Most of his losses are to guys shorter than him. Most of his wins are to 6-footers. Yeah, I know you're gonna go click all the stats to see if that's real. It's fucking real. He has a couple wins over guys that are under 6 foot, but most of them guys are 6 foot. And he has a couple of losses to guys that are 6 foot, but most of them guys are under 6 foot. So a size disadvantage actually helps you or favors you if you're fighting Danny Roberts, which is like the weirdest fucking thing ever. The guy gets hit. It's three landed per minute, 3.5 absorbed per minute. I mean, it's not the biggest slant we've ever seen, but he can be taken down. You said everybody that he fights is off. He's beat is off the roster. Were you just throwing that out there, or is Ameev actually off the roster?
Ameev hasn't fought in 2 years? I feel like the last time he fought was when he got beat up by Jack.
That was last year.
Was it only last year?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like last July, bro,
June,
or some shit like that.
June 11th,
Yeah.
22.
Oh, damn. I thought that was a lot longer. My apologies.
Either way, I know like people will be like, "Oh, he lost to Jack Della. He lost to Trinaldo. He beat me." Fuck off. I don't want to hear it. It's fuck off. I'm not betting on hot chocolate. If you bet on hot chocolate, you can fucking just throw your money out.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, there's nothing about this fight that screams at me. There's nothing that I don't know how anyone can be confident one way or the other about anything in this fight. I just feel like it's a toss up because Danny Roberts can go out there and put on a decent performance and go the distance, but he can also get fucking clipped too, and he has a tendency to do that.
And what took the fucking Johnny Parsons so long, bro? He was on the Contender Series almost 2 years ago.
I don't know. Maybe he got hurt.
And he ain't fought shit since. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many unknowns in this fight. There's so many other spots that are on this card that we've discussed and more moving forward. I feel no need to go heavy on this fight at all.
I agree.
He did have a fight against a Michael Gilmore in February of 22, and he withdrew.
Oh, was Gilmore that blonde wrestler guy?
No, the fight didn't go off.
He looks blonde. I mean, it didn't happen. Yeah, it did. But yeah, he is a really bad fighter. I mean, he's 6-5. Got a shot in the UFC and went 0 for 2. So after that bout, his pickup was Ramez, where he lost by a rear naked choke in the first round.
Oh yeah, I think they expect fireworks from Parsons, but I'm not betting it. Anyway, I'm gonna lap this fight out. I don't see any hands up or anybody really butting in to throw bets out on this one. Yep, going once, twice, nobody gives a shit. Yay. Next fight on the card is. Wait, are you? I'm up, right, Andrew? I get lost. Yeah, I'm up. Davy Grant versus Daniel Marcos. This one did make my list of bets. Davy Grant is 15-6. Daniel Marcos is 14-0. Grant is 5'8", 69 inches of reach, orthodox. Marcos 5'7", 69 inches of reach, orthodox. Virtually the same. Marcos has 2 UFC fights, which he's landed 6 per minute and absorbed 3 per minute. Davy Grant has much more than that, where he's landed almost 5 per minute and absorbs almost 4 per minute. This fight made my list for fight to go the distance. No. And I believe he is the betting underdog, but I like Davy Grant to get the W. I feel like Davy is always a really live fucking underdog. I feel like he gets slept on a lot. I feel like he's a really good fighter. He's a fighter that I've always been high on. People point to the 6 losses. He dropped a split to Yanez, and Cheeto beat him in a UD. Manny Bermudez before that. I don't know. I don't think he's as bad as the record might imply at 15-6. I know Daniel Marcos is coming in hot, 14-0. Few decisions, few stoppages, but I think Davy Grant will be a different type of animal than Simon Oliveira was, or that Brandon Lewis was on the Contender Series. So I like Davy Grant. He's actually the first money line that I've named all night. But I like Davy Grant money line and fight to go the distance. No. Anybody else on this fight? Andrew?
No, I am not on this fight. If anything, I'm gonna take the over. Overs are always no fails.
I mean, I watched a lot of fights.
I'd probably be careful on
Daniel's
this
coming
over,
in
bro.
pretty
Maybe
big.
if you're saying
Yeah.
over 1.5, but I probably wouldn't stress this shit for an over 2.5 because it's not going there.
Yeah, it's nothing I'm like too passionate about or anything like that, but it's probably not a fight I'm gonna bet on, but I do make fight picks, so I probably will take the over for the pick.
I do know that both these guys are going to come in there hot, and they both, really strike hard, moving forward. So I mean, I'm more into inside the distance, thinking that someone's going to get knocked out. Could it be early? Could it be late? Without a doubt. I mean, Davy Grant's kind of got the fighting style to be able to, put up his own in this. Daniel's definitely coming in with this debut heart, to beat a hometown guy and everything. So I do see that. But like the reason why I didn't throw any bets on this fight, just because I don't know, because both of them I think look at pretty good. I think it's going to be a entertaining fight.
I don't think he can knock Davy out. Davy's got
Nobody can.
Yeah, dude, Davy's got that iron chin, bro.
Out.
Bro, he's got a fucking chin of granite. So I think that's that dude's only path. It could go decision. I actually wouldn't hate you for betting the over. Like I wouldn't even dog you out at all. But I actually think Davy will finish him. I do. I think Davy will finish his ass. I think Davy's a really good fighter. So anybody else on this fight?
What are the odds on this one again?
The live odds over at Cap MMA right now are Davy Grant plus 115 is the global average, and Daniel Marcos minus 141 global average. The over 2.5 is sitting at minus 135. The under 2.5 is sitting at plus 115. So if you take my shits and they hit, you'll get Davy Grant at plus 115 or better, most likely, and you'll get fight to go the distance, most likely better than plus 115.
Yeah, those are pretty similar to what I have on my book.
Yeah, I at dog odds, I'll definitely throw a couple shekels on Davy Grant. I think Davy Grant is the perfect description of that fighter to where like you can be skilled, but it takes more than just skills to get past to Davy Grant. He's got grit, he's got heart, he's got that thing that's gonna fucking push you no matter who you are. He beat Chito Vera in that first fight, didn't he? He pushed Chito Vera in that UD the second time. Like, it's never an easy fight. It's always worth throwing a little bit on Davy Grant because you know he's going to make it hard for anybody, especially somebody that's going to be making his debut and stuff. So, yeah, I like Davy Grant at home. Going to give him that little extra advantage just in case this bitch does go to the decision. I like Davy Grant.
I feel like we've seen this story like 100 times. Up and coming fighter into the UFC or just still in their first contract. They push them a little too far, step them up to a level they haven't seen before. For some dumb reason, they're the favorite, but everybody should know, like, there's no way you're going to go in and finish this guy. I feel like this is the Davy Grant fight right here. Like, there's no way you're going to go in and finish him. I don't think he goes in and outstrikes him. I don't think he goes in there and pieces Davy up. I don't think Davy is Simone Oliveira. In the Brandon Lewis fight, the Contender Series fight, I did watch that fight. That's not shit talking about fighting Davy Grant. Not trying to like be an asshole either. It just says not shit to me when you're talking about fighting Davy fucking Grant. And yeah, whatever. I don't know. Davy Grant all day for me. And nobody's betting again. Nobody's betting on fucking Marcos. Like he's the favorite, guys.
I mean, according to my timeline, it seems like everybody's betting against Davy Grant. So that makes me even a little bit more confident. Throw some on Davy Grant. Like I said, you can have the
Hey, the
skills.
public.
You can have the skills to beat some cans, and you might actually have really good skills, but you're going to go up against a grinder, not like fence grinder, somebody that's going to fucking grind you to the bone and have a real tough fight with you. It's going to test who you are, how much of a fighter you want to be, just like Dana White would say.
Do you want to be a fighter?
I wish we could add our own fucking sound effects to that little magic wand. That thing would be so loaded. Dana White is ready to shove
That's
me the
fucking
fucking
illegal.
yeah. That's fucking illegal. Would be
Cocaine
played
cheap.
overplayed. Over fucking played. I wish we could play small videos in here so I could play that chick running all the time. That would be hysterical. Every time someone doesn't want to make a bet, I would play that chick running from Dudakova last week. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, Andrew, what you got next?
Next, we are heading to the featherweight division. We have the undefeated hometown kid, Lerone Murphy, taking on Josh Kulabau. Lerone Murphy is undefeated. He is 12-0 with a draw. Kulabau is 11-1-1. Let's see. Lerone Murphy, 5'9" to Kulabau, 5'10", 73-inch reach for both fighters, both fighting orthodox. They also both have pretty high fight times. Average fight time for Murphy is 11 minutes. Average fight time for Kulabau is 12 minutes. If we look at the strikes or the stats, I apologize. What Joe was touching on earlier, Kulabau absorbs more than he lands. He lands 2.96 a minute versus 3.13 absorbed. However, Murphy is the opposite. He is 3.58 landed versus 2.64 absorbed. Striking accuracy is both fairly low, 48 to 43%. I don't know how Kulabau has a higher striking defense than Murphy. That's kind of telling. I don't actually believe that shit. If this fight does go to the ground, which I don't think it will, it'll probably be because of Murphy. Kulabau doesn't really attempt takedowns. If we go to the odds, Lerone Murphy is the favorite at -130. Kulabau +110. The over 2.5 is -200, and the under 2.5 is +160. I think this is a fight between precision versus junkyard dog. Murphy is definitely the more technical fighter. I do think he has the finishing ability to knock him out. I don't know if he will, but I do like Murphy in this fight. I think he's the favorite for a reason. It is pretty low. I do think Kulabau has the power. However, I just think Murphy is a lot more precise. I think he's a lot quicker, and I think he's just going to land more. And he's hard to hit. So I do lean Lerone Murphy. I also lean the over as well. I know D-Baby was pretty high on Kulabau, and he actually just dipped out like a wuss because I would love to hear his take on that. That's pretty much what I got for this one. Joe, do you have anything on this one?
I'm not betting this fight.
Okay.
I stared
That's surprising.
I kind of stared at this one for a while.
Yeah.
There's not a real edge in the over-under. I think Lerone Murphy is the side, but Kulabau is, I think he's really good. So, like when I see two fighters that are good, you look for the clear path, or you look for the clear path is the right term for it. I don't really see the clear path for Lerone. I think he's better on the feet.
He's going to outpoint him.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not confident that he's going to finish Kulabau. I know he's a knockout or decision type of guy. Kulabau pretty much is too. This will probably be as boring as I don't want to do that, but I don't think this fight will be as exciting as the numbers or everything else may make you believe. And I don't see an edge in the over under. I was leaning very hard to the over 1.5. But Lerone Murphy can fucking, if he clips somebody, it's lights out. You know what I mean? Like if he clips you, I don't want to say lights out like Derek Lewis shit, but you're gonna wobble and he's gonna finish you. I think he's got good finishing instinct when it comes. Um, I can't trust him to get it done over or under. And I'm probably just for his money line, I just don't see the upside at getting him at negative money. If he was minus 110, minus 120, maybe. And I know he's not that far off of that. I don't think he's safe. I hate that fucking word and what we're doing. But I don't think he's safe. But I do think he's the side. Usman, what do you got?
Scratch it or bet it. Baby comes in later on tonight and says, "Hey yo, who y'all got on the Kulabao fight?"
Bet it. Bet it.
I
Who
bet that
everybody-
shit all day, bro. That's a $10,000 bet.
Kulabao fight. And over under.
Yeah,
When does he do
that's
it? Are we doing it past the co-main event, or is he going to come in low or before the co-main event and ask the question?
no. He'll come in before the main event, but he'll ask it after the main event.
I'll take the under.
He said, "I'll take the under. Fuck it." Anyways, baby's that dude. Anyways, any of you guys betting this fight?
Yeah, I'm betting it.
What are you betting?
I'm taking Murphy. I think he's more athletic. I think he's more accurate, and I think he has more power in his shots. And I'm trying to imagine 3 years from now who wins this fight, and it's got to be Murphy. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I give you that. I give you that. That's a good way to look at it. But and I think Murphy's the side too. I don't know if I trust. Are you just taking the money line on him?
yeah, I'll take money line because I think it'll be like a chess match type of fight.
Yeah, that's kind of what I see too. That's kind of what I see too. Anybody else on this fight?
Yeah, I'm taking Murphy as well.
I was damn near super close to adding Murphy to that early parlay that I already put in, but I'm not gonna get to it on this one.
Who else said that? Vinny?
Yeah, I'm taking Murphy, bro.
Yeah, I ain't mad at you. I think he's the side.
Clickout to me is he's a good fighter, but I think Murphy should be able to. He's at home. He should
I
be able
will
to.
say that if either one of these guys do it impressively, I think they'll get a big step up. Like, I think if either one of them make this look real impressive, I think they get a big step up in competition for the next fight.
The split decision prop is plus 350 right now. I'm not going to lie. I kind of like it. If it's going to be a close fight.
Man, you're as bad with that as I am with the over 1.5s. Like, yeah, I'm not. I
That's how
get
this
it.
game goes, man. Like,
I
you
get
got to
it.
look for an edge. You got to find edges in this game. And I feel like that's one of them.
Yeah, I can't be mad at you, bro. Like, I'm not talking shit at all. I just smile about it. Like, I think it's funny. Like, I'm not the only one that's got that thing they do that's just like, yep, that's what I do. Fuck everybody.
Yeah, man. I mean, once you see something and then you like it and you know it's pretty successful, it's like, all right, well, let's keep trying it. I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, when you look at betting, sometimes you have to look at statistics, and especially with fighting, it's like, dude, a very high number of fights go to decision. So it's like knowing fights go to decision, you got to find the ones that are going to decision. And then you got to think, okay, well, which ones are just going to be one-sided because they're not finishers? And then which ones are going to be a little bit closer than that? Because if you feel like the fight is even going to be competitive with these judges, bro, you take the split decision all day. And then even then, there's fights where it's 30-27 all day, and then somehow these judges fuck it up and give you a split. So it's like I'm sometimes betting on the judges just to be dumb.
Yeah, I didn't stick with it, but for a little while, I actually started tracking the judges for split decision. My guy was there almost every time. Not really, but it seemed like I probably tracked it for, I don't know. I wasn't tracking it week to week. I just started going back on the UFC's website. Fucking Sal D'Amato and I keep wanting to say Kevin Lee, but it's not Kevin Lee. It's I don't know why I got his name. Chris Lee. If they are in the same fight, it's a split. If it goes the distance and they are both judging that fight, it's a split, like fucking every time. I'm pretty sure it was them. It might have been Sal and Derek Clary. It's fucking Sal and someone, bro. Like, if they are on the fight, it's a fucking split almost every time. But I only went back, like, I don't know, probably 5-6 weeks when I was doing it and got distracted and then just never really went back to it. But fucking Sal D'Amato, he, best judge and nobody can keep up. You know what I mean? Like, when you're that good, you can't expect everybody else to know everything you know. So that's why Sal has always got them splits, because he's correcting fights that other guys don't know how to judge.
Fraudulent shit. We don't need to talk about that.
Oh no, see, that's the funny part about this is you think he's trolling. That's the beauty of this, is you think he's trolling, but he's actually not, man.
Oh, I'm very serious. Sal D'Amato doesn't score fights wrong. Name one. Tell me his scorecard. It was right.
I asked you, who did you score that fight for? Because you're always saying fucking you score fights like Sal does when I'm talking about the JDM and the Hafez fight. Because I believe it was Chris Lee and Sal D'Amato on that fight. And they both fucking agreed for JDM, which, fuck, for everybody that had that plus 400, plus fucking 450 ticket on Hafez, it's a real fuck you to us, huh? One
Wait,
time they
you're
were
telling me my man Sal went against me? Ain't no way, bro.
Yeah, go check. I'm pretty sure it's fucking Chris Lee and Sal shaking hands saying, yup, JDM.
Joe's got to be related to Sal.
Man, I'm going to have to check that in just a second here. Is anybody else bet? Matter of fact, we're making record time here. We're not, but I don't give a shit. I'm looking that up. Just know I'm looking that up. Anyway.
Dude, we got a full slate this week, man. We have 15 fights, assuming nothing gets canceled.
I know it will actually be, because it goes off at noon here. It'll be a really nice card. I'm not fucking around. Be a real nice card. Anyways,
sorry. Already looked it up for you. I'm wrong.
Sal D'Amato gave Hafez 1 and 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, bro, because he's the greatest fucking judge in all of MMA.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah, bro, I already knew. I was already at UFC.com/scorecards fucking going in on you. I'm like, ain't no way Sal got that wrong, bro. He's too good. And, like, I am trolling, but I'm not. Like, he is the fucking gold standard of judging. I'll admit there was a time where he was less consistent, but in the years that have come, or the years of late, Sal has become very consistent. Yeah, he's not hip on new scoring though. I'll say that. Like, I think Sal is a great judge, but like he's not as hip on the new scoring as I'd like him to be, like the new 10-8 criteria and shit. I don't feel like he's as sharp on it as I would like, but he's the best judge in MMA. Fuck you guys.
Well, D-Baby's back, so that means we got a winner on that bet.
Yeah, we were trying to find out who he was on that fight, but I already forgot. Anyway, Andrew, what you got next, bro? Is that you or me?
Nah, you got next, bro.
All right, let me click some fucking buttons here. I figured so much.
You got another English
guy. Ja Herbert versus Faraz Ziem. Lightweight bout. Herbert's 12-4, Ziem's 13-4. Average fight time 10 minutes for Herbert, 12:26 for Ziem. 6'1", 77 inches of reach for Herbert. 6'1", 75 inches of reach for Ziem. Both fight orthodox. Both guys land 2.5 strikes per minute. Ziem absorbs 1.7. Herbert absorbs 2.9. Ziem's got a striking accuracy 44% to Herbert's 42%. But there is a big description in the defense. Ziem has a 66% striking defense opposed to Herbert's 46. 66 in men's MMA is high. In men's MMA, that's high. That's up there. For women, that's not really that impressive, to be honest. But for men, that's really high. Yeah, I don't know how to hammer that home more. Ziem averages about 1 takedown per 15 minutes. Ja is like a quarter of a takedown, so he averages like every 60 minutes a takedown. Neither guy has real good takedown or ground numbers at all to talk about. Herbert's coming off of a draw, win-loss. Ziem's coming off a win-loss-win. I have this fight picked to go over 1.5 with the Ziem money line. The odds right now on this fight have Ziem at minus 156, Herbert at plus 126. The over at over 2.5 is the standard or the non-alt. That is at minus 153. The under is at or at plus 130. I think the fight's lined right. I think Ja Herbert is a threat to anybody. I don't think, like 12-4 is just as good as 13-4. You know what I mean? If you're just looking at basic records, but Ja Herbert's got hands, bro. If he pieces you, if he gets his hands on you, if he clips you, he can hurt you. I know he hasn't had a lot of finishes in the UFC, so you can question some of that at the level, but dude still has really good hands. Ziem's more of a rounded fighter, probably why he's the favorite. But I am on Ziem money line over 1.5. Anybody else on this fight?
I would probably agree with you for the most part. I think Ziem is the side. It's not something I'm too heavy on this week, just because there's so many other spots. But yeah, dude, Danny Roberts, or I'm sorry, not Danny Roberts, Jai Herbert's, he's chinny, and that bothers me. So, yeah, I think if Ziem fights smart, I think he can win. But I agree with you, man. I think he's the side.
I'm thinking Herbert. I'm thinking Herbert's the side because didn't Herbert fight what's his name from
Topuria.
Spain?
Yeah.
Fought Topuria.
Topuria,
yeah.
the featherweight.
Yeah, they took him. Didn't he take him all the way?
No, dude.
No,
The featherweight knocked his ass
like
out.
a fucking noodle.
Put his fucking lights out.
But I thought it was a good fight. If I remember correctly.
He landed pretty good. So he almost like knocked out Topuria. He kicked him in the head pretty fucking hard.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
So he saved himself, but then they started trading in like the second round, and Topuria, knocked him the fuck out.
Yeah, but it was a good fight. I remember that. So I'm thinking Jai Herbert should be able to take Ziem.
Well, if you're gonna take him, I would take him inside the distance with a knockout because he's obviously gonna take chances.
Yeah, that's true.
Usman.
Nah, yeah, I don't know who was bringing up that Topuria fight, but I was just gonna back them up and say, as somebody who was heavy on Topuria that fight, I would shit in
Everybody go.
I don't even.
All right, I hear you, Usman. Does everybody hear Usman?
I can hear. I heard Usman.
Usman cut out.
Yeah, he's cutting out.
I was just saying that, yeah, Jai Herbert had me shitting in my pants in that Topuria fight, thinking, fuck, Jai is going to pull this off and I'm going to lose all my bets. So, to whoever was talking about that, yeah, I thought it was a little scary there at the beginning of the first round.
Everybody's cutting out.
Just because of a knockdown, get the fuck out of here. Topuria
he kicked him in the head pretty fucking hard. It was surprising.
Topuria
would have went the fuck out.
He was fine.
Yeah, Dan Hooker got kicked in the head too.
Dan Hooker can be hit with a truck, and he would probably still fucking drive the damn thing home.
He's from Spain. He's basically Greek. He put some Windex on it. Everything was fine.
Windex. Some fucking Windex.
It's a joke. Just some people get, some people don't. Whatever.
Yeah, you pull up to the fucking corner and you got some guy cleaning your fucking windshield with clean Windex over here.
Anyway, is anybody betting this fight?
Yeah, I'm betting it. So I don't even bet rounds. I don't even bet overs or unders really, but I'm definitely gonna take the over 2.5 because I was watching these guys fight today. They're like the same style. They use like distant management and they're kickboxers with low output. It should be a competitive fight. So yeah, I see it going over because I don't think anyone's gonna get hurt in my opinion, but it should be a close fight.
Yeah, I don't disagree, bro. The over 1.5 was easy work for me. ZM took me a little longer to come to that one, but the over 1.5 was quick work. D baby, what up, bud?
What's poppin' with y'all? What's up? What's up?
Shit, what you got? Who you got on this fight?
Uh, we on the John Herbert, right?
Yep.
Shit, man. I ain't gonna lie. I was watching this shit, right? I was going back and forth, man. It's kind of hard to tell who got the edge because they both like the same height. They both got good striking. So I was like, damn, this shit kind of hard to cap. I ain't gonna lie, man. I still I can't figure it out. I guess the over maybe. If I'm pretty sure Ja's chin should hold up, right? I will assume.
Just
I don't.
flip a coin, brother.
I don't
Will, you
know,
back on
bro.
the
This shit
mic?
hard. This fight hard to cap. I don't. I honestly don't know.
So
He can't
check
even
this,
see the
bro.
coin. He can't even see the coin. He can't even see that flip.
Dude, I think you guys are right in terms of this fight going over. Who said this fight was going over?
Me,
Was that
yeah.
Will?
Me?
Yeah, good
Will?
shit. Because guess what? If you look at this split, because you and Baby are both saying the over, and you're saying it's gonna be a close fight. It's competitive because they're the similar styles, right? The split decision prop is only, check this. It's only plus 225. That's
Damn.
extremely fucking
Oh,
low.
shit.
That is extremely
Damn.
low.
Hammer
Damn.
the over.
That is
Wow.
telling you this fight is a split decision fight, bro.
Wow, that is fucking crazy.
That is
How do you know
crazy.
that's a split decision if it's 225?
That's crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
What do you?
I was like, so when I was watching the fight, I couldn't figure it out. It pissed me off, so I cut that shit off. I was like, man, fuck this fight. I can't figure this shit out.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
felt the same.
you guys should also know that like looking at some quick numbers and shit, the only dudes that Ja Herbert has fought with striking defense at 60% or better, he's lost to them dudes. He ain't beaten none of them guys. And Ziem has 66%. The only shit even close to that was Ilya Taporia, who has 67% striking defense. Like, I think that's the edge. I don't think Ja's gonna be able to hit him, man. Like, he's sloppy. Everybody has said that. Everybody agrees that Ja is not like the most tightened up striker. So like, I just don't see how he hits Ziem. I don't think Ziem is gonna put him away. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I just think that he'll get hit less. I think Ziem will look better in there. Don't switch your bets or no shit on me. I'm just saying, like, I think that's probably the fucking edge because Baby was saying he couldn't find it. I don't think I don't think Ziem will get hit as much as Herbert will get hit.
Hey, yo, Joe, like, so when I was watching both of them, like, I feel like they both keep their shit tight. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really didn't see no edge on none of them. Like, they both keep their shit
Bro,
tight, and I mean, Taporia caught
Well,
him that good because Taporia, he's that guy. I don't know, bros. Fuck it.
but don't
Yeah,
you
but
think?
Taporia is a featherweight.
Yeah, but he a different breed though, man. He like a generational talent, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree with you on that, baby. But what I'm thinking about here is he's in hometown. You know, he's He's in England, London. So I think, if anything, the judge is going to go with them.
Oh yeah, for sure. If it's
With who?
close, yeah, for sure. Like,
With Jay
hell yeah.
Herbert.
Man, I'm not buying that shit.
They ain't going to give it to CM. Fuck, they're going to be like, fuck that guy.
But isn't the bet for the over? If they really believe that there's that much chance of a split decision, then the bet's just the over.
Yeah, the bet is
Museum
the
is from
over.
France.
Yeah.
It's a win-win for them.
Let's hammer the
There's,
over, y'all.
whatever.
Let's hammer that over.
Yeah, if you can get the over 1.5, put that shit in your parlays and just be done with it. Andrew, what you got
Hey, yo,
next,
Joe,
bro?
you know we ain't getting a 1.5 in William Hill. They gonna be 2.5.
Hell no. William Hill, you be lucky if they give you the 2.5. They might just be stingy as fuck. They don't give a shit. William Hill is a very tight ass book, bro. That's all I can say. Like, they do not fuck around.
Bro, they don't offer any fucking bets. That's why I couldn't use it anymore.
Yeah, they don't have any over unders posted yet, according to our site. I didn't hit the refresh button. Here, let me hit the refresh odds button real quick. William Hill, where the fuck are you? They're way back here, so they ain't updated because the shit to the left are the guys that have updated most recently. Yeah, they don't even have any of that shit posted, at least not for like their feed. So like we're signed up through them on the site, you know what I mean? Like we have a feed from them. So even if they've posted it, they haven't posted it to their feed yet. Fucking yeah, whatever. William Hill's stingy as fuck. But just so you guys know, man, the stingiest book around is if I had to put my finger on it, the stingiest book around is Leo Vegas and FanDuel. You are getting
Nah,
fucked if
FanDuel. They got creative ass bets on FanDuel. What you mean? They got all types of plus.
So right now they're looking kosher because their lines have moved because they get hammered. But like on opening lines, bro. So the website over at Cap, right? Um, all the best odds are lined in red, and all the best odds are lined in green, and all the worst odds are lined in red, right? So I can just scan through the thing at a real quick glance and see where the shittiest odds are. And right now, Leo odds is like the worst, or Leo Vegas is like the worst fucking odds at more than half the fucking lines posted, right? But I'm telling
Let's
you,
go.
FanDuel is usually tied with them, bro. Their lines and FanDuel's lines are usually real fucking tight. If they're not both in the red, they're back and forth. Like the two of them usually dominate it. Right now, FanDuel ain't got no green lines, no red, just one red line. So like, I shouldn't be talking too much shit about them at the moment. But typically, they're fucking super red. Them and Leo Vegas, bro. Like, if you're betting with Leo Vegas, I don't know what region they are. Here, let me see if I can tell you real quick. If I tap through, I think Leo is I think it's a fucking UK book. I'm not sure who they are. Yeah, Leo Vegas is a UK book, and their lines are fucking terrible. But when I go over to just the US, let me see. So just the US, it's Bet US and FanDuel, bro. The majority of the red is them. Oh shit! But on the July 30th card, it's FanDuel, Unibet, Bet Rivers. Yeah, that card's just got some shit lines on it. Anyway, we're distracting. Andrew, what you got next, bro?
We are going to the middleweight division. Paul Craig is taking on Andre Muniz. Paul Craig is actually coming down from light heavyweight, so this is another interesting one. Paul Craig 16-6-1, taking on Muniz, who's 23-5. They do have a similar average fight times. It's about 7 minutes and 45 seconds to 8 minutes and 53 seconds. Paul Craig a little bit taller, 6'3" to 6'1". However, Craig is at a deficit for reach, 76 to 78. This is one of my favorites, lefties versus righties. Craig is the orthodox and Muniz is the southpaw. If we look at the numbers, Joe's favorite, Paul Craig absorbs more than he lands. It's not by too much. And then Muniz lands more than he absorbs. Both pretty low volume. Both of these guys like to be on the ground. Let me see. Let's pull up these odds. So right now, Paul Craig is plus 195. Andre Muniz is minus 230. The over 1.5 is minus 125. And the under 1.5 is minus 105. I think it's very interesting that they throw it at 1.5. They're basically telling you the fight's going to be finished. However, I'm not fucking with that over under. I can't do it. It's too low. If it was 2.5, I'd be a little bit more confident. However, I'm not doing it. I do like Andre Muniz in this fight. I do not understand why Paul Craig is coming down to middleweight. I don't know if he thinks he's going to be the bigger guy. I personally think that he's going to be draining himself more than he needs to, and his ability to take a shot is going to be affected by that. I don't think Muniz is, the most well-rounded or most talented striker, I should say. However, he's no stranger at all. I think he can knock Paul Craig out, to be completely honest. Paul Craig has been fighting very Ryan Hall-like lately. He doesn't want to strike with anyone, so maybe if he's coming down in weight, he thinks he can strike with these guys. I just don't like his striking ability at all. Andre Muniz is also no stranger to the ground. He is a black belt himself. He's broken arms, so he's not going to be like one of these guys who's just going to be afraid to go down to the ground with him. Because if he does go to the ground with him and he does get at the top, I'm not worried about Bearju throwing up an arm bar or anything like that. Like I said, Muniz can do his thing on the ground too. So I think that's pretty neutral down there. And like I said, I think Muniz has the striking advantage. I do like Muniz a lot. I'm going back and forth on if I want to take him by knockout or if I want to just take him inside the distance. I'm unsure. Like I said, I have confidence that he can knock him out, but I'm not necessarily confident he will knock him out. So I'm a little bit unsure on the prop bet, but I'm definitely going to take Muniz. I think he just outclasses Bearju. That's what I got on this one. Do you have anything on this one, Joe?
Yeah, I do. Fight ends by submission. I have equal faith in them being able to drop each other with Paul Craig going down in weight. But it's not. I just think it's submission or bust for both guys for the most part. Yeah, I know Paul Craig had some knockout runs there and everybody got high on him, but I don't know. Fucking against old ass he did knock out Jamal Hill, which is fucking impressive. Yeah,
He didn't knock out Jamal Hill, dude. He broke his arm.
Yeah. Oh, you are right. I do remember that. And Jamal Hill wanted to keep fucking fighting.
Yeah, that was the one where the ref just basically let his fucking arm flop around like it was Jello.
Yeah, horrible decision. Horrible, bad stoppage.
Jamal Hill was fucking the last fight in Warrior. He's like, I don't need my arm. Let's go. Fuck it. Break the other one. I don't care. He was ready. I remember that shit. He was more mad that they ended the fight than his arm was fucking broken, if I recall. I still think it ends by submission. I think these two end up in the grapple. And, yeah, I just think one of them slips the other. I'm not taking a side. I think I've been really trying to clean up what I say about fighters, even though some fucking prick from Tough just fucking pissed all over my fucking page. But
who the fuck was that?
I don't know. It's one of the prick fucking, or not, I don't mean to say prick, one of the fucking Team McGregor losers or whatever. I don't know.
Tough?
Yeah. I said something to say something nice about Team Chandler, and he took it all fucking personal and fucking commented on it like a fucking little bitch. So I told him if it affected you personally, it sounds like a personal issue. Anyway,
Fuck
yeah,
them. McGregor's washed anyway. You don't go to
yeah.
box.
Well, anyways, I try not to like bag fighters personally, but I think Paul Craig sucks. I don't think he's good.
I'm
I
with you.
never have thought he's good. I have never been like, oh yeah, Paul Craig, woohoo. Never been that. I don't think he's good. I think when he lays on his back and refuses to fight, it's fucking embarrassing. Yeah, I think that Munoz is clearly the side, but because of the size, Craig going down, and I don't know, that just gives me some funny vibes until I see it happen, but I still think the fight ends by submission. Anybody else got a take on this fight or a bet?
I mean, I feel the same way, but I really do with a 1.5 being the bet. I'd say it goes over 1.5. Both of them are obviously decent submission fighters, so is one just going to finish the other one? They're going to make a mistake that quick?
Munoz gets going fast, bro. You ever watched him fight?
Yeah, I have. I mean, of course, but now he's not fighting somebody who doesn't
I
want
mean, he
to
might
be
actually
there.
run across the octagon to start the fight. He might fucking sprint it. I mean, like he fucking gets going.
I mean, I agree. I
McGregor.
don't like Paul Craig either. I don't think. Yeah, I think his Ryan Howell style is pretty stupid, and nobody who's even going to fight that style is ever going to actually have a belt.
Yeah, I agree with
I
that.
mean, it's never going to happen.
Craig runs out of gas as well. I mean, that's
Fuck out of gas. He runs out of courage and lays on the
yeah,
mat.
that too. But I mean, last fight I can't remember who he fought. He just fucking gave up.
They could also be scared to even want to go to the ground right away, or who gets to choose who's on top, who's taking it to the ground, who's going for this submission. That's why it just makes me feel like it's going over 1.5.
I mean, I'm not mad at the over 1.5. I'll be fair. I'll be honest, but I'm not taking that shit. I'm taking ends by submission. Anybody else on this fight? Well, I think that we'll tap that shit out then. Laugh it out. Next fight on the card. Holy shit, this card is deep as fuck, man. Seems like we've been going for days. Nathaniel Wood and Andre Feely. Featherweight bout. Wood 19-5, Feely 22-9. Wood's got a 12.5 fight time, 12.5 minute average fight time. Feely's got an 11-minute average fight time. Feely is 5'11", 74 inches of reach, orthodox. Wood is 5'6", 69 inches of reach, orthodox. Quite the size disadvantage. Nathaniel Wood lands at over 6 per minute, which is nice. Absorbs at 4 per minute. Feely absorbs at 4 per minute and lands at 3 point something per minute. Both guys get after the takedown. Both guys coming off of wins. Wood's coming off double wins. Jourdain and Rosa. Feely is coming off a win over Algio, but a loss to Brito. I do not have this fight on my list of fights to fight or list of fights to bet. Yeah, I mean, I could only give so many time, to be honest. I'll probably look at this one later in the week. I hit most of them tonight or today. But yeah, I got no take on this fight. I've got no side. I can tell you that the odds are plus 166 for Feely, minus 200 for Wood on global average. The over-under is the 2.5. Over 2.5 is minus 240. Under 2.5 is plus 190. That surprises me not at all. I believe I'll have to go look real quick, but I believe Nathaniel Wood has went the distance 3 out of his last 5, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, 5 out of his last 5, and then Feely has gone the distance 3 out of his last 5. I knew I had looked at that earlier. Win or lose, so like the over is probably super live, but I'm just not on this fight. Anybody on this fight? Andrew, are you on this fight?
Yeah, I do like the over. I haven't placed that bet yet. It is juiced as hell, and I do feel like there is a possibility that Wood could knock out Feely, so it's enough for me to lay off of it, considering there's other overs that I feel I have just more confidence in. Dravy, my buddy Dravy actually got on this line really early, and he got Feely at like plus 220 or something. So I actually leaned with him on it as well. The line has moved a lot. He was as low as plus 140, and then a couple days ago he was back up to plus 180, and now he's back to plus 165. So the line's moving a lot with this fight over the last like week or two. I do think Feely's pathway to victory, though, is going to, be to get him to the ground. He's going to have to just shoot and shoot and shoot. I think Wood throws at a very high volume, and he's very technical. And I think the precision can beat Feely on the feet. He's younger than Feely, and he's quicker than Feely. So I don't think Feely's pathway to victory is on the feet. I think it is on the ground. So, yeah, for me, it was kind of like dog or pass on this one, and I took the dog with Andre Feely. So that's what I'm betting on this one.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. Anybody else on this fight?
I'm on Wood. I think Wood is going to take it as far as on the feet. I don't think Feely's going to be able to last him.
Think he gets the finish?
Yeah, I think he gets the knockout option. He's
you
too
bet the
fast
knockout or the money line?
I'm taking the knockout, but I'm sorry, I'm taking the money line, but I'm gonna put a little bit on the knockout.
Damn, you think he get the knockout? Damn.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna sprinkle that. I don't know how much he's at, but I just got a feeling that Nathaniel, what's his name? Nathaniel Wood is pretty fast, and I don't think Feely's as good as him.
Hey, I just put the over. Y'all don't like the over?
Yeah, I think the over is nice. I didn't put it in my plays, but I think it is nice.
It'll be a late knockout. I don't think it'll be early.
Daniel Wood.
I've never liked Feely.
I've
never liked Feely.
Me either.
Hey, Wood
What'd you say, baby?
Wood got power like that. I don't remember his fights like that, but I don't remember him having like knockout power though.
Yeah, he got a gang of knockouts. He's got 9 knockouts, 5 submissions, 5 decisions. Feely's got 9 knockouts, 3 submissions, 10 decisions. So, I mean, both guys can put him down, but if you look
but look at what they're doing in the UFC, bro.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah,
if you look at what have you done for me lately, neither one of them are putting anybody away. Yeah, the only reason that Feely has not gone to the 3rd round at all in his last couple fights is because he got knocked out by Prado in the first, and the no eye poke with.
He went to the decision with old boy Bill.
That's what I'm saying. If it wasn't for getting knocked out, he goes the distance like every time.
Well, no, he was actually beating Pineda's ass. If you remember that fight, he was beating the shit out of Pennington, and then Pineda wanted out of that fight.
That's fair.
Yeah, Pennington, he pulled a fast one on that one.
He was like, "Oh, I'm getting my ass whooped, and I'm gonna lose this fight. Yeah, let's go ahead and take this no contest."
So let me ask Eljo what to do. He'll tell me.
Yeah, man, you gotta look at what they're doing in the UFC, because that's the thing is when people are like, "Oh, he's a finisher. He finished people in the regionals." Bro, everybody finishes people in the regionals. That's what they do, because you're facing lower competition. And then what happens? You get to the UFC, you face better competition, and then all of a sudden you're not knocking everybody out. You're not just running through people anymore. So it's a big difference.
Hey, hold on, Sir Zal. Let me say this real quick. Like, Andrew, you just made me thought of sons. How you say everybody's finishing motherfuckers in the regional scene. So I was looking at this resume, and I'm just backing track real quick. the first flyweight fight of the card, I was looking at the dude. What's his name? The dude Fiala, who's the dude he's fighting. I was looking at his
Barres?
huh?
Barres?
Is that his name? Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
the first fight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was looking at his resume. I'm trying to see if he gonna give Fiala a run for his money, and he finishing dudes that got like double digit losses and shit. Like they like 1-10 or 9-10 and 11
Yeah.
11 11
That's what
11
I'm
and
I
saying, man.
know.
If you're
If
gonna
you would
watch
have watched
people's
the show
regional
at the
tape,
beginning, I told everybody about that. But no, you didn't come when we started this damn thing.
that's why you gotta watch the regional tape, because it's like, yeah, of course they're gonna run through people, but watch how they're finishing them. You know what I mean? Is it just because they're that fucking good, or is it because the other people are just not that good? You know
Yeah, I
what I
gotta
mean?
double check. I gotta make sure, but
Because we got to realize people on the regional scene, like some of them are scrubs. You know what I mean? Like some of them are actually trying to become pro, and then some of them just aren't that good.
Yeah, bro. There's people that have beat guys on their way into the UFC, and the guys they beat are on like they've lost. And I'm not fucking around. Like 22 of their last 23 fights, like 10 fights in a row, win
We're
one.
not talking about bare knuckle. We're talking about MMA.
Yeah,
Calm
that
down.
shit happens a lot more than you think in the regionals or
Bare
the.
knuckle is fucking horrible, dude. There's guys like
Za,
Tony.
what you got on this? He been had his hand up for like 10 days. Za bets. He went off the mic. Damn, maybe he was gonna tell us he was getting off the mic. Any fucking way. Yeah, that's this fight's. Let's just move on. Let's just move on.
I'm
Fuck it.
waiting on that in the parlay. I'll just say that.
What's that?
I'm on Wood and I got him in a parlay.
You got who in parlay?
Wood, Nathaniel Wood. Are we
Got
still
you.
on the parlay?
All right. Am
His
I up
internet
next?
sucks.
Yeah, it seems like every time he says the name, the internet's like, nope, nope, nope. Andrew, what you got next?
All right, next is co-main event time. We have a flyweight matchup between the London fan favorite Molly McCann taking on Yulia Stoliarenko. McCann is 13-5. Stoliarenko is 10-8-2. McCann is smaller, 5'4" to 5'7", smaller reach as well, 62 inches to 66 inches. Molly McCann is a striker. She throws at a very high rate. She likes to fucking charge forward and throw everything she has with no regard. So she lands 5.72 strikes a minute, takes back 4.9. Her striking accuracy is 50%, but her striking defense is pretty good. It's 63%. Yulia Stoliarenko, she is averaging 2.75 strikes landed, but she absorbs 4.61. If you're unsure of what these stats mean, that tells you she is a punching bag. She is not very good at striking, and the tape can attest to that. These are not just stats. The tape attests to that as well. Let's go to the odds. This line's actually moved a little bit this week. I know Molly McCann was in the 200s, but currently she sits at minus 190. Stoliarenko at plus 165. So definitely some love for Stoliarenko this week. The over 2.5 is plus 120. The under 2.5 is minus 150. So they're basically just kind of telling you that the likelihood is Molly McCann probably knocking her out. If you ask me, Yulia Stoliarenko, if you look at her record, if you look at every single one of her fights, she is the epitome, the absolute epitome of armbar or bust. If she cannot submit you with an armbar, she will not win the fight. Look at her record, man. It says it right there. Molly McCann can be submitted, but I have to imagine that with this being a London card, I have to imagine Dana and the guys know what they're doing with this. Yulia Stoliarenko is 1-5. 1-5 in the UFC. Her only win is against the fan favorite Jessica Rose Clark, who is no longer on the UFC roster. So Believe in the narrative. Don't believe in the narrative. I think for whatever reason, Molly McCann gets it done. I have to imagine she gets this done. I think this is going to be Stoliarenko's last fight in the UFC. I don't want to bet on this fight personally, just because I don't bet on narrative at all. It's just not something that I do. And given the fact that she actually can knock her out, I don't want to take the over. And I've said this many times. I don't bet unders. I don't like them. It's nerve-wracking as hell, and it sucks. So fuck that. I'm laying off on this in terms of betting, but I have to imagine that Molly McCann gets this done. Do you have anything on
Man,
this,
I
Joe?
put 200 on this bitch. On the
Hold up.
my
Joe, go
bad.
ahead.
You put 200 on who?
On Molly. I mean, not on a straight bet, but she in a parlay with 200. So I ain't gonna lie, I kind of went with the narrative. So I probably fucked up, but I only did it because I realized old girl cutting like 20 pounds to fucking fight Molly and shit. That shit might make her weaker. So that's the only reason why I did it. But I see why people picking the other side, because they think they gonna wrestle fuck her and shit. She gonna wrestle fuck her and, like Andrew said, get an arm bar
You
and
got
shit.
you got to watch that fucking parlay buster, man. And I think McCann is the parlay buster because I don't think McCann is that good at all.
Yeah, boy. Fight to go the distance. No. Stoli by sub. Stoli by armbar. The chat almost had me talked into Molly could do this or that. Molly is, man, I just, Molly is sloppy, and I just feel like that's going to cost her that armbar. I feel like Molly is the perfect fighter for Stoli to go in there and take the fucking upset. And like, I don't hate Molly, nothing like that. I really looked at the fight and I'm like, this is exactly what Stoliarenko needs. She needs someone like Molly, going to be going there, jumping around like Patty the fucking baddie, all into the crowd, super exciting, running out there like a fucking bull out of the gates, trying to do anything she can to please the crowd. And Stoli's just going to slip that armbar. I agree with Andrew though. That's it. She got that armbar. That's it. Like
That's
that's
it.
it. Like ain't no
Wait,
fucking way around it. That's it. I wonder if she's got 9 wins. I bet you at least 7 of them bitches are arm bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 8 fucking arm bars. Like,
bro,
yeah.
I
hold on,
tried
bro.
telling you, bro. She is the epitome of armbar or bust.
I already knew, bro. Like, she's on the fucking Ronda Rousey diet. Like, I already know.
Oh, 100%. I was going to
But
say that, but I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So,
Bro,
yeah.
Joe,
However,
man.
what you got, baby?
Nah, go ahead, finish. Go ahead, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say, however, I do understand that Molly's coming into like her grown woman body, um, and she seems to have hardened up a little bit. She seems to have gotten a little stronger. Um, I understand why people are high on her. I understand the hype is kind of what I'm trying to say without like I'm not trying to tear her down in any way. I understand the hype is all I'm saying. Like, yeah, I totally get it. But I just don't think it's real. I still think Meatball Molly McCann is still Meatball Molly McCann. And yeah, I still think she's the chick that went 3 round or went the distance with Kim and Santos and went the distance with Lipsky and went the distance with
Yeah.
um,
Oh,
everybody
Joe.
else that she fought in the first
Yeah,
half of her
and
UFC
she's
career.
fighting somebody who's 10-7. So like, who gives a shit?
Yeah,
nah,
well,
she's
it's the
10-8.
co-main. It's the co-main, and it's
Yo,
expected to be
It
fireworks.
shouldn't
I
be a co-main.
guarantee,
When co-main in men's MMA, do we see a 10-7 guy
bro.
being
I'm
fucking
telling you
co-main?
though.
What
Bro,
is
it's a
this,
give me
London
Julius
Mordecai
card.
for a unit,
Magula?
brother.
Yeah, this is a London card, and I'm telling you, fight to go the distance. No on this one, even if you don't take Stoli by fucking. I had her by
Sloppy
sub, and
ass
then I
fight.
was thinking like, if you're taking her by sub, you may as well take the fucking armbar, right? So, I guess I would look and
Sloppy
see if they
ass
give you
fight.
crazy odds. But I'll bet you her armbar is like plus 500. I bet it's not even that fucking crazy. It's her only path. So, anybody else actually betting this fight
Wait,
before we
hold
move to
on.
the main?
Hey, so you think Stoley got
Yeah, I
IQ
got
like that?
Julia for a unit, brother.
Man, hold on, bro. Hold on, Thomas. Hey, so you think Stoley got IQ like Aaron Blanchfield?
No,
Mm-hmm.
I
I
don't.
mean, I'm taking Julia. I mean,
Man, y'all just like that plus money.
Molly's got no fucking IQ, bro. No
Man,
fucking
what?
IQ. That's what I'm
What?
saying.
She do got
Yo,
IQ,
Mm-hmm.
bro.
I
yo,
gotta say
No
her
fight
striking
IQ. That's what I'm
IQ
saying.
has been up
My
in the
bad.
past couple fights. Like, to be fair, but she didn't know what to do on the ground. Yeah, I don't know. I'm on the same page as Thomas. I think Molly is gonna go out there sloppy and get caught, bro. Like, I'm saying the same shit in different words, so
Yep.
all
I
right,
Somebody's a
can't be
fucking
mad at it.
parlay
all right.
buster for them fucking for the Brits, and I think
Man,
it's gonna
fuck
be
that.
Molly.
Yeah,
Man, my
I'm
shit
trying to
ain't getting
think.
busted, man. My shit is not getting busted, nigga. Hopefully she coming through.
I hope we all cash somehow, baby. Usman, what you got on this one, bro?
Okay, do you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, just to answer baby's question and to back up Thomas, um, do you really have to question the IQ when we know that her only plan is to take her down and go for the
Are you guys
armbar?
there? What's going on?
Fuck, can y'all not hear me?
I hear you, bros. What the fuck Vinny talk about? I
Yeah, I
hear
can
you.
hear,
I
bro.
heard you. I heard you. They cut you off too fast. You just cut out a
Yeah,
little bit.
Somebody's
no.
cutting off.
I'm
All,
listening. Go ahead, Awaken. Go ahead.
all I'm saying is like she doesn't need IQ. She doesn't need to fucking strike with her. She knows
It's
that
Andrew. Andrew's cutting off.
she knows that her plan is go get a takedown and fucking get the armbar. And if it doesn't work, I mean she loses, but that's her IQ. You know what I mean? She has one way to win, and she goes out there and she tries to get it done.
But she don't that cutting all that weight. Don't y'all factor that in, or that
Yeah,
don't
Shit.
but
matter.
I
that's only
mean,
if it goes bad.
Even if
the
it even if it goes good, I mean, like, or if it goes
It
bad, and
could
she
be good too.
that's what she's gonna do. That's all she's gonna do. That's all she's gonna try to do.
but
She's
like
gonna
the
give
thing
her best
is,
chance to get that done.
Julia or whatever, she just kind of got bitched around by a bigger, thicker fighter, Chelsea Chandler. Isn't that who Molly McCann is? Like a bigger, thicker, younger, hungrier fighter that can just lay on top of you and
Yeah, but
just
Molly's a
use her
lot
strength.
smaller. Molly's in a smaller division, so Stolyarenko's actually trying to cut down to flyweight, which Vinny mentioned. Dude, I don't even think she makes the fucking weight, bro.
Yeah, so
Dude, I mean,
Wasn't she
Molly
the
is.
chick that, like, on 2 fucking separate occasions, basically, like, fainted off the fucking scales?
At
Yeah, she
135,
struggles with the
bro.
weight cut big time.
135
On
too.
tap on
Hmm.
Tapology right now, it has her last weight as 139 and a half.
Yeah, so you expect this girl to make 126? Like, get the fuck out of here.
dude, it looked like she was gonna retire after that Chandler
And she's
fight. It
gonna
looked
kick
like
her
she was
ass
already
too.
retired.
With her arm bar, her amazing arm bar.
So it's getting canceled then. Fuck
I'll
it.
be shocked if she makes weight or shows up. Yeah.
Baby said so. It's getting canceled. Then.
Yeah,
Oh
Yo,
for
no
14
shit!
joke,
fights.
bro. Yesterday
14 fights.
yesterday morning in the chat, young boy was like, "Yo, is that Paulo Costa and Alex Serra fight still on? I thought that shit got canceled." And I was like, "Yeah, that kind of does seem like the fight that would get canceled, huh?" He's like, "Oh yeah, that would be the first one on the card." I kid you not a fucking hour later, all these tweets come out about that fight being off. I was like, "You got to be fucking kidding me, bro. This is that one. This is that fight right here."
And then they're gonna
I'm
have somebody
Gucci.
jump in. They're gonna have a fill-in from fucking Europe that comes in so she can kick her ass in 5 minutes and like jump around to the crowd.
Stoley's from
And
Europe. What y'all talking about?
No, when she doesn't make weight and she has to pull out, then they'll just get some scrub right from like a local CFFC or some shit like that. And then
Oh,
that'll be the fight that saves the
Cage
co-main event.
Warriors, motherfucker. Cage
Or Cage
Warriors.
Warriors, my bad.
All right. That's like 48 minutes on the Molly McCann fight or something. It feels like, which is ridiculous. Main event time: Tom Aspinall versus Marcin Tybura. Aspinall 12-3, Tybura 24-7. Aspinall has a wealth of UFC fights with an average fight time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He is 6'5", 78 inches of reach. Tybura is 6'3", 78 inches of reach. Aspinall weighs 256. Tybura is a 249er. Both guys fight orthodox. Tom Aspinall lands 7.4 strikes per minute. That is a crazy high average. That's Max Holloway high. If you boys don't know, that is legit Max Holloway high. And only absorbs 2.8. Tybura lands 3.5, absorbs 3.3. Tom is averaging 4 takedowns per 15 minutes with 100% takedown accuracy and 100% takedown defense with an average of 2 submission attempts per 15 minutes. Tybura has 1 takedown per 15, 33% accuracy, 79% takedown defense, no average submission attempts per 15 minutes. Tybura coming off double wins. Romanov, Ivanov. Aspinall is coming off of, the leg injury, but the loss to Blades, Volk, Spivak, wins over Volkov, Spivak, Arlovsky, and Baudet. Yeah, I'm on Tom Aspinall all day on this fight. Fight goes the distance, no. Tom Aspinall money line. Fight ends by KO. The reason I don't just double it up, Tom by KO, is because I feel like Tybura's only chance is to crack him and then finish him. I feel like the likelihood is so super fucking low. But I don't think Tybura can get him down. I don't think any type of shit like that can happen. So I'm really on Tom on this fight. But I will just take fight ends by KO, Aspinall money line, fight to go the distance. No. Anybody else on this fight? Andrew, what do you got on this fight?
Man, this is the fight, bro. I got Tom Aspinall money line parlayed with Muradov, and then I got Tom Aspinall inside the distance. I would love to take his KO prop, but what I'm afraid of is that if they're on the ground, which I think there's a possibility he can get to the ground, I'm afraid that Marcin is going to give up his fucking back. And if he gives up his back, he can easily sink in that rear naked choke. Or he can also turn it into an armbar too. So I'm going to think about it. I may lay something small on the KO prop, but I definitely have inside the distance just because he can knock him out or submit him. I think there's no pathway to victory for Tybura. I'm just being honest. Like, I think Tom Aspinall wins by however the fuck he wants to. If he wants to beat him up on the ground, if he wants to stand up and, outstrike him. I don't think it matters. I think he wins however he wants. My only concern is that he is coming off of a bad knee injury. He's a big man. He is a heavyweight. He's not a small guy. So he's got a lot more weight to support on that knee. He's a big dude. Not everyone returns after knee injuries. I know we like to look at athletes and just assume that they can come back nowadays after every injury, but it's not always the physical aspect. There's also a mental aspect of coming back from injuries like that too. Not everyone can sustain it. With that being said, I don't think that should be an issue in this fight. And I'm going to bet against it, like I said. So I'm going to take Tom Aspinall to run through him. I may flirt with the under 1.5, but like I said, I hate betting unders. I can't stand them, but I feel like if there's a pretty safe one, it's gonna be this one. But that's what I got. Does anyone have anything on this fight? It looks like Thomas does. Go ahead, Thomas.
Yo, Andrew, I was gonna ask you, man, like, the knee injury. Do you not think that plays a part? Like, that's a big line. Like, he's a big
Yo, we
favorite.
can't hear you, bro, dog.
No, I can hear him.
He
I can hear him.
can you hear me?
Oh, it's just mom.
Yeah. So
I'm
you
gonna
don't
turn it
think
down real
that
quick.
knee injury is gonna? Can you hear me, D baby?
Nah, baby, can't hear you.
Okay. So yeah, you don't think that knee injury is gonna play a part? Like that's something like it's just one hit and he's out.
Yeah, so I mean, I did mention it's in the back of my mind, but
Uh-huh.
he has taken some time off to rehab that, and I don't think that he would rush himself because he's a smart guy. Like he's not a dumb
Yeah, he
dude. I
kind of
don't think he would rush
he
himself
took
back.
Oh, I
time
can hear
off,
him
but
now.
he kind of
I
got
can hear him.
forced back. Yeah, yeah. But he kind of got forced back into fighting UFC London. So I'm thinking, shit. I mean, is he properly good or what?
Yeah,
For
and
that?
that's the thing is like none of us actually know that unless you actually train with the guy. But it's just one thing. It's like which way do you believe it's going to happen? And if you feel like there's there's a possibility that that knee could affect him, then yeah, maybe you want to lay off. But if we're looking at the line,
Yeah, the line don't care.
dude, everyone and their fucking mom is saying that it's not going to affect him because his line is just skyrocketing, bro.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I think that I think if the knee causes any hesitation, it will benefit Tom because it will make him stay at range, which I think he wins at range. I think the only place he could get clipped is like with some weird type of fucking punch in the clinch. So I feel like if it makes him hesitant, it probably still benefits him. Baby, go ahead.
Hey, so Andrew, you were saying usually people don't come back from that type of injury. What's the track record on that? It's pretty high. You got the statistics on that with the knee.
With coming back from injury?
Yeah, with the knee, because you saying knee injury in Pacific, right? Like a lot of people don't come back from that, right? Is it a high?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like it doesn't even matter what sport you are. If you're a professional athlete, I mean, you even as a non-athlete, it's like your knees are like some of the most essential body parts you need because your knees carry all your fucking body weight on them. And when you're a big guy like Tom Aspinall, who's fucking 260 pounds, he moves around really well too. Like it's not like he's an out of shape 260 pounds. He's a very fit guy. But when you got that much weight that needs to be supported by a knee that's been injured, I'm not saying it's going to affect him, but there's a possibility of it. It slows people down. That's the thing. It's like it happens in football all the time. Like people tear their ACLs and then when they come back, they lost a step. Well, yeah, dude, because you don't ever recover 100%. You lost a step, and that's what it is. And that one step as a pro in any sport makes a huge difference. And if you lose a step, then you have to depend on your IQ to change your game plan, knowing that you don't have that same step. That's why I think Andrei Arlovsky deserves a shitload of credit because this guy is fucking 43 years old and he's still fighting. He's fighting boring as hell, but he's fighting his fight. He's saying, look, I can't move the way I used to. I can't take shots the way I used to. And I can't land the way I used to. So what am I going to do? I'm going to get in the clinch and I'm going to make it fucking dirty. And then I'm going to get out when I need to. So it really just depends, man. It depends on what you believe. Like Thomas brought it up too. Thomas thinks there's a possibility, and I don't disagree with him. I'm just saying I'm betting against it.
Damn, he said that. Ah, fuck, man.
Rocky Five, Tommy Gunn. That's Arlovsky. I just want to point that out.
I don't want to negate anything that Andrew was saying, but I was going through the group chat a couple days ago, and I'm pretty sure it was Gary that was mentioning that Tom Aspinall was getting surgery done by some like the top doctors like that deal with that type of surgery and work. So I mean, if,
Man, stem cells, baby. We can't get none of them juicy ass stem cells like they do over there.
right, yeah. So I mean, if all works well, I'm actually very comfortable in betting Tom. I'm gonna bet Tom regardless. But not to negate anything that Andrew was saying, just keep in mind, I'm probably regurgitating, like it's probably not even fact, but like I'm telling you, like if you look into it, I'm pretty sure that's what was being said about Tom Aspinall and his legs. So I would say there probably isn't that much to worry about. It's more so like I mean, there is a lot to worry about, but if he's getting surgery done, by the fucking top guy, then I would find some comfortability in that. I'm not going to put too much into it that, he's injured, he's coming back, is he going to be broken again? I think he'll be fine. He's on the younger side, but if he's not, we'll find out. So I'll be betting Tom.
For sure.
Yeah,
Let's
Tom
get it.
is the side. Anybody on Tybura? I don't.
Well,
Tybura is the only person that's on Tybura.
well, let me be on an island here tonight. No specific reason. Everybody's
Of
talking.
fucking course, it's Usman. Of course it is.
Hey, you're gonna tell me that fucking Tom Aspinall, off of a year-long layoff, fucking just like everybody's talking about, horrible knee injury, and you're gonna give me minus 500 on this motherfucker? Like, he's great. I'm not gonna say he's not great. Great striking, great ground game. The dude looks amazing. Hey, I call him fucking English Frank Mir. I like the guy. But you're gonna give me fucking minus 500 on him? Tybura ain't no slouch, and I'm not saying Tybura has a crazy chance. But come on, man. Minus fucking 500? Let me throw just a little bit on fucking Tybura. Or at least he's a great hedge option there at the end of a fucking parlay. Because, man, everybody's talking about the injury. Tybura ain't shit. He's gonna be probably one of the best fighters at, Aspinall has fought since. And then they're throwing him straight into a main event, all the fucking pressure. If he lives up to the pressure, that's awesome. For all of us that do like Tom Aspinall, that's fucking awesome. It really shows he's a dog. It shows that he's got what it takes. It shows that the lights ain't shit to him. Oh, beautiful. But at this
Damn.
point, I need to take a little bit on fucking Tybura. And then you've seen, I know Gary was talking about Tybura losing weight is probably against him, but the motherfucker looks fit. He looks thin. He looks smaller. Not thin. He's a fucking heavyweight. But he looks like he's in the best shape that he's ever been in. He looks like he's taking this shit serious. I'm not saying that Tybura is aside, but we talk about fade the public. We talk about everybody going on one side, and I can't even get good odds on fucking Tom Aspinall. What are we gonna get? Fucking minus 300 submission, plus 250 knockout. It seems unplayable to me. I'm really thinking about throwing a little something on Tybura. And y'all can make fun of me at the end of the day because, hey, I think Aspinall should win. I agree with y'all. He seems like the best fighter, the better fighter. He's looked great, and he hasn't given us any reason to doubt him. But at these odds, I'm going to try and fucking catch him with some Tybura. Hell,
Thank
Tybura.
you, Mr. Devil's
Listen, bro.
Advocate. That was great.
I'm gonna send you the donate link to my PayPal, and then whatever you just want to donate,
Yeah.
I will put towards the website. I won't keep none of your money, but like all that Tybura win shit, just send that to my PayPal, and we'll do something with it.
Man, Usman pulled through this one. I'm gonna be hot.
I'm not even saying he's the winner. I'm just saying this shit is ridiculous. We have all these things against fucking Tom. And like I said, if he pulls through, it actually looks fucking great for him. But Jesus, minus 500
I agree with you
off
on the
of a year?
parlay spot. Hedge on the parlay, but if you're gonna be betting like large sums on Tybura, or just whatever your unit size is, if you're just betting one unit, I probably wouldn't even do that. I would just hedge with Tybura. You lost me also when you said that he got thinner. Fucking Tommy looking jacked, bro. I don't know what the fuck he did in his off time, bro, but he was obviously working on himself.
Stem cell and human growth hormone, homie.
He remind me of Captain America for something. Tom, that's what give me Captain
Captain
America vibes.
British, bro.
Captain
Yeah,
England,
Captain
bitch.
England.
Captain England.
No, dude. To be fair, Usman did say he was just going to put a sprinkle on it, so that's fine. But my thing is, why even put the sprinkle on it? Like, even if it's tiny, even if it's $20, like, dude, go take your kids out for ice cream. At least you'll get better usage out of your money for it. You know what I mean? Like, this
Listen,
is not that fight, bro. This is just not that fight, man.
I've been waiting to get to this fight for one reason, because I just want to bring this up. I've been waiting to get past it. So even if Tom wins, he's ranked like number. I don't actually know what he's ranked, to be honest. but I know he's in the top 10 for sure. I think he's in the top 5, right?
8.
8, you said?
Yeah, I'll just give it to him.
Oh, Jesus. I'll just open the fucking rankings here. All right, so he is number 5. So if he wins and beats number 10, woohoo, right? I guess he'll get moved to number 4, which puts him behind Surreal and Stipe. And I know everybody be like, ooh, Surreal and Tom. Fuck all that. So if he wins, he fights Pav, right? That's what I want to talk about.
Dude,
Vinny, I was
that's
just
a
trying to approve
banger.
you, bro.
That's a banger, bro.
Yeah, I'm not high on
I think
Tom.
Pav could win that shit.
Derailed, doesn't it?
Hey, Joe, why wouldn't you like Cyril and Tom? Come on now. That's a good matchup.
I mean, yeah, I know everybody would like that fight, but
we'll see it.
Pav crushes Tom. And I just wanted to see how everybody feels about that. Because Pav fucking crushes Tom.
I agree with that.
Hell no.
Absolutely, man.
Fuck no.
Bro, he beats the fucking brakes off Tom in 1 round or less, bro.
Man, get the fuck out of here. Hell no.
Come on, D, baby. I'm going to fade you on this one.
Ain't that good.
Bro, there ain't no way Tom beats Pav. Not right now.
Ain't no way that Pav smokes Tom either. Like, come on, bro.
The fuck out of here. Bro, he smokes the shit out of Tom.
Bro, that's big chat, bro.
So here's the thing, right? All right. I gotta get it up because I don't want to be wrong. I gotta find it real quick. Give me 30 seconds here, right? So we know Tom Aspinall, UFC, Sergey Pavlovich.
Remember, guys, what do you call it? CapMMA.com, boys. Remember that shit.
Yeah, what he said. All right, Pavlovich,
Pav got a better chance
UFC.
doing that shit than Spivak.
No, so here's okay. So it definitely goes down in under 1 round because Sergey's got an average fight time. They won't show you that shit unless it's in a matchup. Oh, what? You can't get that out of the regular. Andrew, where do you get that when they're not fighting? It's not there.
Huh?
If you go to UFCstats.com, you can't get their average fight time unless they're about to fight. It's not in their regular stats.
What do you mean? Their average fight time? We've been talking about it all night.
Yeah, but it's only in the matchup. It's not in, like, when you click on their name, it's not there. It doesn't matter. All right, so either way, you got 4 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 4 minutes. So you got fucking 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 12 minutes over 6 fights. Sergey averages like 2 minutes per fight. Tom averages like 2 minutes and 30 seconds per fight. Whoever wins, it's going to look real dominant. And it's going to be Sergey. It's going to be Sergey.
Man, ain't going to be dominant on it. I think it's going to be competitive. You tripping.
D, baby, he's getting taken out in the first round, brother.
Yeah.
Under 0.5. I will legitimately bet Pavlovich in under 0.5 on that fight.
Who get taken out? Tom or Pav?
Tom's getting taken out.
Nah,
bro,
he got
ain't no fucking way.
He do that to Speedback for sure.
Pav.
Come on, D, baby.
Speedback.
Make sure you don't put money on that shit, man.
I'll definitely put money on that shit.
Yeah, I got cut off, but that's Sergey smoked Tom Aspinall. Maybe competitive for 30 seconds.
Usman, you got that robot internet, bro.
Usman,
you got the
I can't hear a
McDonald's.
word
your
you're
shit
saying.
is being
You got the McDonald's in there, Tom.
You're not talking into a microphone or some shit.
Got that McDonald's drive-through mic, bro.
Yeah, what that pic said.
I'll take a number 3 if you can get me one.
Usman said
McDougal.
he moved out to the country. He ain't got no good internet and shit. Oh, hillbilly ass.
Don't
Man,
worry,
I'm gonna call you a
boys.
hillbilly every week. You live out in the country now. I'm gonna fuck with you constantly. Well, that pretty much caps the card, man.
All right, hold on,
Uh,
Joe. Hey, before you move on, Joe, I just wanna, you know, I'll be coming in. Like, I gotta just double back one fight, man. Just one, man. Please,
what
just let
is
me.
it?
I gotta see what everybody's on,
Dude,
man.
say it. Please say it, baby. For the life of me, say it.
Melzik and Coulibaly, man. Who y'all fucking with?
Yeah!
No,
Oh, man.
I don't care.
Oh,
Bro,
it's beautiful.
I'm fucking. All y'all know.
Andrew was trying to get you up here to talk about the fight, and you were gone, bro. And he was like, "You want to bet that motherfucker comes back and has to talk about it later?"
Bro,
That's
Usman
some
had
good
the
odds.
impression and everything. It was spot on, bro.
Yeah.
What
So
he what did he say?
I'm not on that fight, so I'll let these boys go at it.
All right, so who you said Usman said what he had to say, or what's going on? Like, how y'all feeling?
He was imitating you, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Usman was just saying
He
like,
was
I'm gonna
just
come
fucking
back
around.
later. Hey.
Anyway, I'm not taking any lines on that fight, baby. I
I
don't.
ain't got cool about him. I got.
So
What's that guy's name? That
Lerone
he fight.
Murphy.
Yeah, Lerone Murphy. He impressed me last time he fought. So I
Yeah, but
think he's
that's what I
gonna.
was gonna say. Everybody that was on the side was on Murphy. But yeah, that nobody was on Coulibaly.
Barcelo Dolo.
About half the room was on Murphy, and the other half was not on the fight or was on the over.
Damn, I'm on the island with this one, huh? All right.
Yeah, that's why Andrew was trying to call you up because he knew you was on Coulibaly. How
All
you
right,
think he
so
get it done, bro?
I think it definitely go to this decision, but I think I just think Coulibaly gonna outclass him. I think he got better hands. He's quicker. Like, he gonna be quicker to the punch. He moves better. I think he's just more fluent. But that's just off what I see though. I'm telling you, I went back and forth. I was like, bro, it looked like Murphy too slow. He gonna be too slow for Coulibaly, in my opinion. But hey, man, what was they saying? Like, what's the advantage for Murphy though? I don't see it. But
Striking advantage, power
what?
advantage.
I don't even think he outstrikes Melzi. But
You don't think he outstruck who?
I don't even think Lerone Murphy can outstrike Melzi. Melzik Batazar, whatever his name
Yeah,
is.
yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I just think Murphy's a little bit hard to hit. Murphy's hard to hit, and he's very technical. He's very precise with his shots.
To be
And I think
fair,
he knows. I think he
Coulibaly
knows
did
how to
not
win rounds.
outstrike
He
him.
knows how to win rounds.
Shit,
Home field advantage as well.
that's the only thing he got it that he gonna need. Cause I think Kulba way faster.
Yeah, it's
I
not
think it's a
a
close fight, baby, in all reality.
it's not a hill I'm willing to die on, but I do agree that Murphy should be the favorite. He's a small favorite. He's only like minus 130, but I do think that he is the side. But I mean, I could definitely be wrong.
You think he's the side because he's got home court, or you just think he's a better fighter?
I both, to be
See,
honest.
baby. See, baby. You said you go with the narrative. You know the narrative is fucking.
Not on this
Murphy.
fight. Not on
It's
this fight.
Murphy. It's
Yeah,
Murphy. Murphy is the narrative on that.
yeah, you right, but I don't
The
give a fuck
narrative
about
could
that.
die with library, bro. Fuck out of here, bro.
Fuck them narratives.
Well,
Anyway,
hey, when everybody from fucking England wins on Saturday, then you gonna be
I'm
like,
just
fuck
going.
them nervous.
I'm just going
Same way when
narrative.
LeBron won with the
Molly.
fucking Lakers.
Yeah, well, that was library right there.
Molly bad hands. All right, I'm gonna roll the card out. I'm probably only gonna do this for about another 30 minutes tonight. Keep it at about 3.5 or tighter. Next, I'm gonna roll into the roster watch real quick. Finally removes Zalgas Zumagulov, July 13th. He was removed from the UFC roster. Kevin Lee retired. Not that big of a deal. Here's one that I think all of you guys probably missed. Alistair Overeem announced his retirement. He was giving an interview, and they were asking him about his weight loss. And he was talking about how it's part of his new lifestyle and how he doesn't eat meat anymore. And how he's on to do new fantastic things. And fighting's not my thing anymore. I did that for like 25 years. Now I want to go see what I can do for the next 25 years. Yeah, Alistair Overeem's done fighting. It seems pretty obvious, to be honest. Just
Yeah, I saw that, man. Like he grew pretty thin, bro. Like pretty
yeah,
thin.
like he changed. You can tell he's on to the next part of his life.
He
You
looked
can
like
just
the
feel it.
beginning of his career.
Yeah,
Good for him though. You know, he fucking went through all that raw, you know, all
Oh,
the
heck
horse
yeah.
meat, all the acai juice. So like, I could only imagine this shit's, you know, it's gonna
Life
help
of
him
a
live longer.
fighter.
So
Overeem's a freaking legend.
yeah, he is. Last one on the roster watch. I feel like this is a good talking point. Michael Venom Page is a free agent, and he is testing free agency.
PFL Horizon.
You know what? I feel like if he would have gotten in the UFC a few, earlier in his career, iron sharpens iron type of thing. But I wouldn't be mad to see him get his chance at the UFC. I thought Mike thought he kind of deserves it for a while. When he signed his last contract, I was like, why? Like go out there, see what you can do. It's all right to take some fights. And, the weird thing is you see UFC fighters that even like Nate Diaz, he wants to leave and then go back and retire with them. Like, I feel like even Mike Chandler would want to fight out his UFC contract and go fight his last fight in Bellator. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why he doesn't seem to want to do that other than the UFC is the brand. But at this point, Bellator would pay you what they will pay you. You'd be as big to go back to Bellator for a fight as you are in the UFC. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know. I just feel like Michael Venom Page, I'd like to see him get a 3 or 4 fight deal in the UFC, fight it out. I don't think he's champion material in the UFC, but I think he contends, and I think we could see him in some really cool fights with some top guys. Yeah, but I get it. PFL is the move for him. It
So you know
100%.
what's gonna happen? Here's what's
What's
gonna
that?
happen. Here's what's gonna happen. He's gonna talk to the UFC. The UFC clearly isn't gonna pay him what he wants, so he's not gonna go there.
That's not
He's
true.
gonna,
They paid Michael Chandler fucking way over what he wanted. They
oh,
paid
I don't
Michael
think.
Chandler $500,000 to be a backup fighter before he ever signed a fucking fight deal.
Yeah, I don't think they're doing that again. I think he's gonna pass. So then he's gonna go to the PFL. They're gonna offer him some crazy shit. He's gonna take it, and then Bellator's gonna go ahead and they're gonna match that deal, and then he's gonna be right back at Bellator.
So I understand your feelings about that, but here's the reason I think he gets picked up by the UFC. Where's he from? He's from England. It's a huge market for them. It would not be. Yeah, they could put him on 3 cards over fucking in England, Paris or England, and absolutely crush it. So,
Yeah, he is entertainment. MVP is entertainment. If UFC didn't make
and
a
he is
solid offer
loved.
of him, they're idiots.
But he's
He
not
is
no
as
main
loved
eventer, is he?
in Europe as Michael
He could
Chandler was
possibly
loved
be.
in the States when he got to the UFC, bro. He is fucking loved. So, yeah, I don't know. I do think it's I don't know. I think he could
Joe,
sell it.
Guy's a brawler. He fought freaking Mike Perry in a bare knuckle fight.
Joe, I want to believe you. Trust me, I really do. I would love for the UFC to do that. MVP's my dude. I've said this, dude. He's the one guy in Bellator that I like legitimately look forward to see fight every single time. He's so entertaining. I would love for the UFC to do it. I just don't think they are. I hope I'm wrong on this. Trust me, like wholeheartedly, because I won his ass in the UFC, headlining those UFC London cards. Then I'm excited for a fucking London card. Let's go.
I
You know
mean,
where he
why
announced
hasn't
it? You
UFC
guys,
picked up MVP until today? Like, why?
because he announced it yesterday he announced it 36 hours ago on Ariel Helwani's show. Nobody knew he was a free agent. He announced it live on Ariel's show and said that, and it hadn't been covered anywhere yet. So he's
Right.
technically only
But
been on the. He's technically
you would
only
think
been
like
on the
UFC
market.
would know that, right?
What's that?
I say you would think UFC would know that, right?
I don't. I don't think they give a shit about when Bellator fighters' contracts come up. I think
Oh,
Bellator
okay.
fighters' agents have to call the UFC, or the UFC won't even fucking care, to be honest. And that's not like to be mean. I don't think. I think the UFC is that far up their own asses, and I love the UFC, but I think they're that far up their own asses that, you know, they don't even give a fuck about Bellator fighters. Now, if Ali
Yeah.
calls them and
Yeah.
says, "I got this guy, he's super legit," and they're like, "Where's he fought?" and they're like, and Ali's like, "Bellator," I think that's enough for them to be like, "All right, we'll have a look." But I don't think they're maybe some of their younger guys, but as them dudes have fought out long-term contracts, I don't think they're still watching them. Andrew, you got any fight announcements?
Bro, you caught me mid-bite.
That's all right. I could cover one or two.
I got it.
Hey, yo,
Okay.
D baby, let's have some boxing argument, brother.
What's happening, man? You ain't ready?
Hold on. Let's get through these
Man,
announcements. I got a couple boxing subjects. I'm sure baby will be
gotcha.
fucking hammering.
Yeah, we got a few
Usman.
fights to cover. We got
Hold on real quick. Usman, what you
I'm
got your
out.
hand up for, bud?
Take it easy, brothers.
No, I was gonna say, if MVP does get signed, who would y'all put him to fight in his debut? Because I'm thinking fucking win or loss, him versus Michelle Piera, fucking over there in Europe, gangbusters.
I'm with it. All right, let's hit these fights. We have Edgar Chairez, who's coming off of a pretty good performance, even though he got the L. He's going to take on Daniel Da Silva Lacerda at the Independence, or the Mexican Independence card on September 16th. Tylon Ulanbekov is out, so Jake Hadley will now be fighting Cody Durden at UFC Nashville on August 5th. That should be a fun fight, actually. I'm interested in that one. Jack Jenkins will be fighting Chepe Mariscal at UFC 293 at September 9th.
That's gonna be a fun fight.
Yeah, dude, I was about to say, man, this is this is gonna be
That's a
that low
fucking
key
fight.
banger.
Yeah, it is. That is a motherfucking fight. Yeah, that's a good ass fight.
Is that the same for the Mexican Independence Day? The UFC?
Not that card, not this fight.
No.
So the following week is the one that's for Mexican Independence? And when we're talking
Yep.
about Edgar Chairez? Oh, okay. So they're not gonna have them all together.
All
Vinny,
right,
you're
so
real muffled, bro. You're real muffled.
My phone is just my earpiece is buried in the.
Chepe,
so Joanne Wood is out of her fight. So Priscilla Cachoeira is now going to take on this space fan favorite, Miranda Maverick. So I'm pumped for that one.
Yeah, I'd like to see Miranda get that quick W after that fucking loss.
Yeah, I agree. Another exciting fighter, Charles Ayers Jordan, will be taking on Ricardo Ramos at UFC Vegas 79 on September 23rd. Junior Tafa will be taking on Parker Porter at UFC Singapore on August 26th. Song Kunan is actually coming back off that knockout against Ian Gary. He's going to be taking on Rolando Bedoya at UFC Singapore, August 26th. Walker is out. Johnny Walker's brother. So Jake Collier will now be taking on tough alumni Mohammed Usman at UFC Vegas 79 on September 23rd. Martin Boudet will be taking on Josh Parisian at UFC Vegas 78 August 12th. We do have our first fight official for UFC 294 in Abu Dhabi. It is fan favorite Tim Elliott, and he's going to go ahead and fight Muhammad Mokaev.
Bro, that's a banger for the 10-11 spot.
That's going to be a scramble after scramble after scramble. That's going to be a fun fucking fight.
That'll be a fight that teaches fans that don't like grappling, they will enjoy grappling in that fight.
100%. Yep. Cynthia Calvillo will be taking on Elise Reed at UFC, the Mexican Independence card, September 16th. Ange Lusa is taking on Reese McKee at UFC Paris, September 2nd. Man, I haven't seen Reese McKee since he lost to Hamzat a couple years ago.
Has he? I don't think he's fought since then.
I don't think he has.
Yeah, I'm not going to look it up, but I don't think so.
Benoit Saint Denis is going to take on Thiago Moises at UFC
I'm excited.
Paris on September 2nd. Damn.
That's a good fight, bro.
Hell yeah.
And that's on that same. Oh no, that's on the Angela Lose card. I thought it was on the Jack Jenkins card, but it's on the Angela Lose card.
Yep. So
or Angelos.
We have a rescheduled fight after probably one of the nastiest eye pokes I've ever seen. Justin Taffa will fight Austin Lane at UFC 293 on September 9th.
Yep.
Just a couple more. Irina Alexeva coming back again. She's going to take on Melissa Dixon at UFC event on October 14th. Melissa Dixon has to be making her debut. Mike Mathitha, also known as Blood Diamond, I believe, is fighting Charles Radke at UFC 293 on September 9th. Steve Garcia, this sucks, bro. Steve Garcia is out of his fight with Sean Woodson. So Sean Woodson will now take on Jesse Butler at UFC Nashville August 5th. I know, bro.
That happened today, huh?
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. That was going to be such a fucking good fight, too.
Yeah, on that whole list, bro, I'm probably most excited for fucking Jack Jenkins, Chepe.
Oh, well, that's going to change because the most exciting one is coming right here. So, Kanako Murata is making her return, and she's going to be taking on my girl, Vanessa Demopoulos, at UFC Vegas 80 on October 7th.
She's fucking all right. I'm openly admitting since the fanfare, Vanessa Demopoulos has won me over. I'll be fucking Team Demopoulos all day.
I told you, bro. I told you.
I cannot. Sorry, but I cannot wait for that Jack Jenkins fight.
Oh yeah,
Chepe beat my boy Peak, so we're gonna be hammering that Jenkins money line.
He said strictly on revenge. Fuck him.
Just a couple more. We got Emily Ducote, and she's taking on Ashley Yoder. Ashley Yoder's coming off of a 2-year absence due to injury. She's healthy and ready to go. And then I believe 2 more fights. Montserrat Rendon is going to make her debut on September 23rd. UFC Vegas 79. She's going to be taking on Tamiris Vidal. That should be exciting. And then last fight, and this is another fan favorite that I'm excited for. Nursultan Ruzabov will be taking on Caio Borralho at UFC event on November 4th.
I seen that. That's a nice one. That's a
Team
real
Caio,
nice.
baby. Let's go.
Yeah, for sure.
What's the odds on Blood Diamond?
What date is that? I'll tell you. I got it right.
It's the UFC pay-per-view in October because I think it's in. Is it in Sydney? Maybe not.
No, Sydney is September.
It might just be a. I just had it. Let me see.
I don't think I see
Yeah,
odds on him at this point. I don't see anything posted on him yet.
yeah, because I think they're trying to feed back Blood Diamond into like winning markets and shit. He is one of the CKB fighters.
Yeah, not every team gets to have all stars. You know what I mean? Here's a fight that is only early call out, but I think could materialize, or I would not bring it up during upcoming fights. Islam Makhachev wants to fight Leon Edwards for the 170-pound belt in Abu Dhabi.
Joe, real quick, just to answer Thomas, it's UFC 293 September 9th in Sydney for Blood
in
Diamond.
Sydney? Okay, gotcha. I'm going for that one.
Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Islam wants to fight Leon, and I can see it happening. They go big for Abu Dhabi. There is not a big fight for Islam in Abu Dhabi. That is a massive fight for Islam in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, I think that fight happens. I really do. Anybody else think that fight is possible?
I mean, shit, he's getting knocked out, right? Is him?
I don't
Yeah, I think
know,
so.
man. I'm not. I don't. Islam can wrestle like a motherfucker. I don't know if he'll
He
be
gonna
big
be even
enough.
stronger.
Yeah, I mean,
He
yeah,
gonna be
that's
stronger.
another fact. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I just don't know if he'll be strong enough. Is my problem. I just don't know if he'll be strong enough. Abu Dhabi is 1 week before Tyson Fury versus Ngannou in Saudi Arabia. Okay. I was just looking
Right.
that up because if it was the same date, I was going to become very confident that shit would get booked. The UFC, if they had the Abu Dhabi car on that day, they would have been going real big. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's very feasible. It lines up. It gives them a massive fight for the Abu Dhabi market. It gives Islam a chance to champ and then retire with both belts like an asshole. Yeah, I just that's what I think. Will, go ahead.
You said the Abu Dhabi market. Yanal Ashmov actually kind of fits that description because he's like a Circassian Jew, Muslim. He's from outside of like that place. So he was talking about wanting to fight on that card.
With a good turnaround, he probably can get on it. They don't have a lot of fights even rumored for that card yet. I mean, rumored, but none that seem to be materializing. They just finally put the first official bout on the card. And like, I know it's still a ways out because it's like over 3 months from now, but Abu Dhabi's a massive card. So I would have expected to see a few fights on it already. From there, we've got a few headlines. I'll hit a few of them here. I've got probably 8 or 9 of them. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 7 of them. Jamal Hill gave up the 205 belt due to a injured Achilles, according to Ariel and Chael. He got hurt during the basketball game that DC hosts for International Fight Week is when it started, and Ariel says that Jamal was basically coerced into it. Like the UFC said, like, listen, you were given this opportunity, whatever, and kind of got him to do it. Ariel was okay with it. New York Rick had a problem with it and thought Jamal should have held the title. I think he did the right thing. I think the UFC is showing good faith. Yuri is clearly going to get a title shot when he comes back. I see no reason why they wouldn't do the same thing for Jamal Hill. What you have to realize is even if they relinquish the title, it will still be marketed as champion versus champion. You know what I mean? It's still good marketing for the UFC. You did them a solid. They'll do you a solid. But fucking New York Rick was heated about it. Like, and I usually agree with him on shit. How you boys feel about it? Andrew, what do you think about that?
I'm sorry, man. I was a little bit distracted. What was that?
You're a dick.
I know.
Jamal
Now.
Hill giving up the belt, bro. The UFC kind of coerced him about it. How do you feel about it?
About him giving up the belt?
Yeah.
I had a problem when Yuri gave it up because it's like the way I look at it, man. Just because you're injured doesn't mean you have to give up the belt, because especially nowadays, half the champions only fucking fight once a year anyways. So it's
Yeah,
like,
but he can't return for more than a year, and he already is on the clock. You only get 12 months to defend. So he gets 12 months to
yeah,
defend.
that's a rule that they make up. They don't actually enforce that all the time, dude. But
most of the time they do now.
To me, I would never give up the title. I would rather you take it from me. I would rather you say, hey, you're injured, you can't compete, we're going to strip you, than just willingly give it up. It doesn't make sense, because here's the thing. It's like, do you get the same amount of money when you come back to fight? Are you getting pay-per-view points? You know what I mean? Is everything going to be the same as if you were the champion? You know what I mean? That's a risk.
So you're New York Rick, and I'm actually Ariel on this one, which is funny. But I agree with the policy that, so like the UFC is clearly going to give Yuri a title shot for coming back. And it will be marketed as champion versus champion. So they're going to make good on the fact that he let the division move on. Champion versus champion, you both get points. And I think they'll do the same thing for Jamal Hill. I think he'll get his points. I think he'll get a title shot as soon as he comes back, opposed to a guy who they strip and they're not, they feel like you fucking dragged the division out. We're not real worried about getting you back to the title fight unless it's, specifically in our favor for some reason. So I think he did the right move, man. If he had the opportunity, or if it was close, if he would be able to say that, okay, I'm going to be out 12 months, but I'll definitely be back in 12 months and I'll be able to defend my title 15 months after I won it. I think that's pushing it, but I would understand. But he's at least a year from today. At least a year. And he won that belt in January. So that puts him 18 months out from for defense, bro. The UFC is going to show you no favor for holding the belt, bro. When you finally do come back, they're not going to be interested in helping you, in my opinion. So I think he made the right.
I just feel like you should strip it from me. I'm not just going to willingly give it up.
I mean, I'm not mad at you for that, but I agree with how he did it.
I mean, that belt is cursed, bro. That belt is cursed. That division is trash. It is.
You seen me posting that in the chat earlier. Ever since John gave that belt up, if you try to get it, someone's getting fucking hurt.
Oh, I said it in the chat, bro. I said I blame John for this shit, man. Because ever since he left, this division's been a fucking shit show.
Bro, I mean, can you imagine having greatness so crazy that it ruins the division even after you leave? Like,
bro, I know.
Bro. All right, so Connor introduced the 3KO, a race to compete in 12 unique stages based on the McGregor Fast system and its 3 dimensions: power, strength, and endurance. Events start November 11th in LA, followed by events in Miami, DC, Dallas, with more events coming soon. I don't know that I really care to even talk about that. It's happening. I think it may get televised at some point, so
It's
we'll
just another
probably
way
fucking
for. It's
yeah,
just
we'll
another way
probably
to
fucking
sell.
hear about it.
Yeah, this is just
We're-
another ploy to fuel Connor's coke addiction. You know, just small business moves.
All right. The last thing I got, and then we'll hit a little bit of gimmick boxing. It appears, according to the Wayback Machine, do you guys know what that is?
Yes.
Anybody else?
Let you view websites from the past that have been scrubbed or deleted or been updated. You could just view stuff that was, there
Yep.
before.
Go to I think it's the waybackmachine.org, I think, or some shit like that. And you type in cap MMA or ontopicmma.com and you'll see our old website. You know what I mean? Or you can go type in MySpace from 2002 or some shit, or 97. I don't know. Whenever that was a thing. And you can go see all that shit too. Any old fucking way. According to the Wayback Machine, since mid-March, the Pitbull brothers, Michael Chandler and Michael Venom Page, have been on the UFC's website. I did not take the time to start putting in the name of other Bellator fighters that have never fought in the UFC to see if they will come up. So Sportskeeda is shit, and they're reporting that the UFC bought Bellator. MMA News by Ed Carbajal is usually real news. It's not like the National Enquirer or no shit. They are reporting that Bellator was bought by the UFC. We all know Bellator was up for sale. We all know they were shopping it around. It would be really weird if that's how it went down because of all the antitrust suits and shit. I actually seen a thing that I meant to send to the group saying that Dana White bought Bellator, not Endeavor.
And how long ago was this? Was this recent or was this like years back?
April. They're saying like first, second quarter this year. And if you go type Michael Venom Page into the UFC's website, he shows up. And if you go type in the Pitbull brothers, they show up. And if you go type in, who is it? The Pitbull brothers, Michael Venom Page, and I'm fucking blanking now. But if you go type those fighters in, they come up on the UFC stats.com or
They've been there,
UFC.com.
bro.
I was gonna say. So was it like, what were you seeing? Like their fight library, their stats, like what
Yeah,
was
just
being
their
shown?
info, a fighter profile for them. They haven't been there for a long time because they were checking the Wayback Machine and they showed up in April of this year. So I was of the thought that, well, they're there because Michael Chandler fought Pitbull. So they have to create a fighter for him, but they don't because they only list the fighters that they only list the fights that happen in the UFC. They don't even acknowledge anything else. Because, like, I was on that tip, too. Like, no, that don't make... That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Yeah, of course, that guy's right. Michael Chandler fought Pitbull. That's why he's in there. No. You will not find Jamal Hill's fucking Bellator fights anywhere on UFC.com. I know he didn't fight in Bellator. He's in front of me right now. You won't find that shit. There's actually no fucking reason that they should be there, to be honest. But
So is this like a theory? Are we theorizing here that Bellator was bought under the tables and do a big reveal?
well, they couldn't do that. So like they couldn't get away with it. The antitrust wouldn't allow that. If Dana White bought it, even as an employee of the UFC, I don't think they could get away with that. Paramount owns Bellator, which is a huge publicly traded company, and the UFC is owned by a publicly traded company. I'm not sure that they can get. I'm not sure they could get away with. I'm not sure they could get away with it. But maybe. I don't think so though. I'm struggling a little bit because I'm not fucking sure, and I'm typing a little bit into Google right now. Oh, AJ McKee, that's the other fighter, bro. And apparently now Fedor Emelianenko's on there.
What the fuck, Fedor?
Yeah, bro.
That's the
Why
biggest
would those
weirdo.
fighters be on the UFC's website? So I've seen it reported that it's the Pitbull brothers, AJ McKee, Michael Venom Page, fucking Fedor Emelianenko. All right, so it looks like they're just starting to type the Bellator fighters' names in there, like I was just talking about, and see who will show up. Wow, that's weird that they're just showing up. There's no fucking reason for them to be there, and like,
Yeah, that's very odd. The only reason why I could possibly think is because, like, how you were first saying that they need to make fighter profiles for their Bellator guys. But what's the point? They don't show regional fighters. They don't show cage warriors. They don't talk about LFA. They don't talk about anything. Like that's
I
very
don't
strange.
think they actually have any stats or anything though, because the pictures that I saw, like it's literally just their names and then dashes next to everything.
yeah, I think that's everybody's point though, is like, why are you adding them? Like, why are they showing up in the past couple months? It is a fair thing to
Yeah.
wonder.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure. For sure.
it is fucking weird that like all of a sudden. So I'm going to UFCstats.com. This is only going to take me a second, and I'm going to put Michael Page into UFCstats.com and see if that shows
I
up.
don't think that's something that they can hide. You know what I mean? With how the media is nowadays, it's like if they bought Bellator, like we would fucking know.
Unless they're like shaking hands under like fucking beneath like tables and under closed doors and all that shit.
Yeah,
Like,
bro. The internet fucking like overhypes and exploits fucking everything. They see a picture of anything in life, and then you just let the whole world speculate on it.
no, this is interesting though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this piqued my interest. It's kind of making me like, but like, what's going on? Like, is something gonna happen in the future? Is this something big, or is it just like some fucking tech guy over there, like that was running the service, just decided, hey, let me just fuck with everyone, see if anyone decides, or see if anyone picks up. But like,
Okay,
I don't
so
know.
there's a bunch of fighters on UFC.com that only have these partial profiles. But Michael Page no longer appears to be there. Yeah, he's not there at all.
Could the UFC possibly do a trade for fighters? Like, you think they would do like some type of like weird bundle to get these guys? I mean, but that doesn't explain Fedor. Fedor's
No,
fucking
so the
retired.
weird thing, the thing that really kind of took me off guard about it was that it looked like fighters that all recently signed contracts with them. So I thought that AJ McKee just signed with them. Fedor signed his retirement contract with them. The Pitbull brothers just renewed with them. I thought that it was all and Michael Page just went free agent, but it's like all 2023 contract deals, if I'm not mistaken. So like that kind of caught my attention a little bit, but other than that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe some fucking asshole just made the whole thing up to get the fucking.
Or maybe these guys were like you said, the contracts. If they signed their contracts within this year, then probably UFC was just trying to find a way, not find a way, but just preparing, the bios and all that stuff, just in case they were able to sign some of these guys. I mean, maybe that's like what's happening. Like, hey, let's just have their profiles, and if we sign them, then we could put all their
Well,
bullshit, reach weight, and all that shit.
well, live while we're here, I just typed all those names into the UFC's website, and none of them fuckers have profiles. So I don't know. I mean, I know Nolan King found it, and Nolan King is not no make shit up person. So they were there, and someone went and removed them. I will not believe for 1 minute. I've talked to Nolan King before you guys ever heard of him. I used to talk to him on Facebook before he was like even a Twitter thing. Nolan King is not full of shit. I would not believe for anything that he made that up. So yeah, but it appears that they are gone now. So I guess whatever that's worth, that's worth. Maybe maybe he caught the signs of something that's not announced yet or something. That would be pretty cool, I guess. But whatever. I guess we'll just skip on from that. We can talk about that for days. And what's the point? All right. Logan Paul is still calling out Patty the Baddie. And like Dana, sorry, I had to pause that to sneeze. Dana will let Logan fight in the UFC. I think Patty could make 170 pounds or 185 pounds with no problem.
And Patty does not want that fucking smoke, bro. Come on now.
That would
Bro,
ruin
I
him.
think he would. I think he fucking would. And it's sad.
For the money, but he will get smoked, though.
Yeah, because these dudes always fight these guys that are way smaller than them. But I think Dana would not only do it, I think he would headline a pay-per-view in Europe with it.
Does Dana want to feed off Patty the Baddie right now? Like, he's got a good market in fucking in London.
They should let Patty lose and then give him Logan if they really want to do that shit.
Actually, though, Patty's market is starting to look a lot smaller than it may have seemed originally. Patty does
but
not
who
get
else?
a lot
Who
of
else
love.
does Dana have in London, bro?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't
It's
have to be
Patty
London.
and Molly McCann and Tommy Aspinall. That's the biggest markets, right?
I say they're niche too. I wouldn't even say that they're fucking stars like that. Like the next coming to Connor with Patty, fuck out of here. That was
Yeah,
I never
but
saw it. I never saw it.
Patty loses no stock if he loses to a guy as big as Logan. That's the thing about it. He won't lose any stock. It'll be at some weight, way above what he fights. And I know it's like silly talk, but I'm very serious. I think it could happen. And I do okay at kind of calling what fights could and couldn't happen. I think you guys, most of the guys in here would credit me with that. If nothing else, I kind of am able to stay on top of some of that shit. Yeah, that the UFC would sell that stupid shit. Last two things I got, more boxing related. We'll do the Francis one first. So Francis versus Fury, booked September 20 or October 28th. Saudi Arabia. Eric Nixick recently did an interview with MMA Junkie, and he said that he thinks Francis took the deal he did because he wasn't sure what his value, or he thought his value would drop, and he wasn't sure what it would be if John Jones beat him and he didn't keep that belt. And then DC mentioned that Saudi Arabia bought the PGA because they were complaining that Saudi Arabia started their own fucking golf league. What the fuck? So they just bought the PGA? Like, that's a boss move. But so Francis is supposedly making more in this fight than he did in his whole career. They kind of danced around. So they kind of danced around it being more than he would have made in the UFC. They did say, he would have had to fight multiple times, but they wouldn't give numbers. Listen, I don't know what type of numbers this is expected to do, but the pay-per-view sale price in Europe is not like it is in the United States. You guys do not pay there what we pay here. It's okay. It's whatever. But I would assume that the pay-per-views are worth half the value in Europe.
It's at a stadium, bro. It's at a stadium, Joe. They're paying way more
No, I mean for
than the US will pay.
to see it on TV.
Oh, I'm not sure what to see on TV is, but the fighter's getting paid way more than in the US.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. Like, I understand. I understand it. But what I'm saying is, how much does it actually sell? Without being a hater, like it's happening now. This is real, right?
It's in a stadium, so it's in a stadium, like it's fucking big time.
Yeah,
It's
but
fucking
pay-per-view.
huge.
That stadium's not going to be enough to pay what more than his entire UFC contract would have paid him. That
Oh
gated that
no.
stadium.
He confirmed it, Joe. Like he said, he got more for the fight
No, he
than
didn't.
his UFC history. He said he did. He did
Yeah.
on Ariel.
What? That's not. Listen,
On
bro. What
Ariel
I'm
Helwani.
talking about. What I'm talking
Mhm.
about is Ariel asked if it is more money than his UFC contract that he was offered, the one coming up, was worth. And they said well, if he would have defended multiple times, he would have had to fight more than once. That's what they said about that. So that implies, because I don't think they offered Francis more than like $4 million a fight, because John got 2.5 million and he's the highest paid heavyweight in history, and Francis's offer was apparently heftier than that. So I'm going to assume 4 million a fight. Then as champion, he gets points and shit, probably 6 million a fight, right? So if that was twice, and if he fought John Jones twice, and they even acknowledged that, like, if he fought John Jones, that
Yo,
payday
let
would
me
be
ask
bigger.
you, Joe. Do you still think Francis made the wrong move?
No, what I'm getting at is they're not actually saying how much he's getting paid. That 30 million, it was made up by the same person who made up the 8 million, Michael Bisping. Michael Bisping made up both numbers. The numbers
Yeah,
aren't being
I think
released
Francis made more on this one fight.
than he would have in his
Oh, in
new
the UFC
UFC
career, completely. Yeah. I mean,
How?
you can look it up, dead pics.
So they offered him like somewhere between 20 and 30 million dollars for 5 fights or 4 fights. That's what the UFC offered.
I would say Francis made more in the one fighting Fury than he
Yeah,
did
but you're
in the
not letting me
previous
get to the
fight.
end of this. This is what I'm trying to get to, Thomas.
Yeah.
How many
Go ahead.
pay-per-views does it sell? Because we can do some math. We can do some math really, really fast, right?
I mean, I don't have the figures, bro. Like,
How many? Well, I'm taking a poll. How many does everybody think it would sell? I think it sells 600,000 pay-per-views. I don't think it sells more than that. I
don't
really
know.
don't. Even and if we're talking,
And
all
with
right.
the stadium and stuff,
So, but
how much money you
pay-per-views, the
reckon?
stadium is not going to
Yeah,
generate. It generates $10 million.
I know what you mean.
$10 million isn't enough. That's not more than Francis would have made in his whole UFC career. 30 fucking percent of that, because he's probably getting 30 or 40%, right? So 30 or 40% of that is not even close to enough. So they have to sell pay-per-views. They have to get TV deals, right? So
How much was Francis getting paid for a fight though, Joe?
that's what I'm trying to say this whole time, bro. They have not said that out loud. So if we guess at how many sales they can make, we can probably guess at what Francis is getting paid. If they do 800,000 sales and 400,000 of them are in the U.S., that's 40 million bucks, and 400,000 of them are overseas. That's another 20 million bucks. So if they do 800,000 sales, they probably generate $60 million. Of that $60 million off the rip, Tyson Fury is taking at least 60%. At least 60% guaranteed.
Easy.
So that leaves $24 million. The Showtime or whichever company is promoting it, they're not doing it for free. And they're definitely not doing it for $1 million. So give them, let's say on the low end, $8 million. So now you've got $16 million left. Okay, agents got to be paid. Everybody else got to be paid. My guess is Francis clears $12 to $15 million for this fight, not $30 million.
And that's more than what he earned in the UFC, right? Way more.
Yeah, but that's not. I'm not talking about what he earned before. The UFC offered him a new contract at $4 million ish.
Yeah,
base.
but he's earning more in the PFL, Joe. We talked about this.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
He's not. He's getting $2 million. I went hard on him for this. He's getting less than John Jones got, and we know that the UFC offered him more than John Jones got.
Did we talk over this, Joe? Like I think we DM'd each other, right?
No, not at all. I don't think so. We might have back in the day, but like back when it was happening. But Francis took $2 million a fight. That's what he took from the PFL. That's his base salary.
What was UFC offering him?
They offered him more than they offered John Jones.
No,
Yes,
come on.
They
did. Offered him $8 million, right?
John Jones got $8 million for 4 fights. Francis was offered more than John Jones.
No, Francis got offered $8 million.
John Jones got $8 million for 4 fights, and Francis was offered more. John got $2.5 million.
You gotta look it up, bro. You gotta look it up. John Jones, no, Francis got offered $8 million. You gotta look it up. You gotta look it up, Joe.
I don't need, bro. He didn't get offered $8 million. It didn't happen. You look it up. Send me a link, bro. You look it up. I've done hours of this shit in this space on that particular fight.
I know you do your homework, but that's why I was disappointed that they offered Francis little money. Yeah, well, it wasn't little money, but it's little money too. Be fighting like that.
Yeah, bro. Whatever. I don't think Francis comes out of this as far ahead as he was going to, is my point. I don't think he can Fury. And I don't think he's worth as much in the PFL if Fury knocks him out. I don't think it's not like because if he was in the UFC, which is exactly why the UFC would not let him box, because if you go get knocked out, when you come back, you're worthless. Francis isn't some fucking prolific wrestler. He's not a grappler. No, he's not. He gets no wrestler. Right. And got knocked out. You're supposed to be the scariest knockout man on the planet. If you go get knocked out by Tyson Fury, no one's going to tune in to watch your pay-per-view at PFL. That's my point. At the UFC, even if it was $8 million, you got $2.5 million a fight plus pay-per-view points and residuals. I mean,
right.
I guess if he clears 15 million, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure he comes out ahead money-wise in this deal. I don't hate Francis at all, but I just think he's shitting on his own MMA career.
I think you love John Jones more than you love anybody else, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I ain't talked about John. John would beat Francis up. That wouldn't matter. Last thing I got is
I want to argue with D Baby about the boxing fight, man. Come on, D Baby.
Nate versus Jake. They're going back and forth because Jake says Nate's or not promoting it. But Nate's doing the same thing he always does. He's starting to put out his YouTube videos like shortly before the fight, and like the videos generate 750,000 hits and shit in like a day. So like they catch some traction and shit. But and I'm glad D Baby is here because I want to know what he thinks. So Jake Paul says him and Tommy Fury sold 830,000 pay-per-views. You think that shit is real?
They probably counted in the streams. They probably went for the estimates and then said, "Oh, we could just say we sold it." But yeah, I highly doubt these fucking guys sold that much. Who the fuck? I mean, unless there's that many kids that took their parents' credit cards, I doubt it.
I mean, it's not far fetched. He was fighting somebody in the Fury family, and they wanted to see Jake Paul get whooped. So, I mean,
I get that, but like he sold like 80,000 with Tyron Woodley or some shit.
dang, it was that low?
Bro, it was under 150 for positive. I think I did see as low as like 80-something thousand. It was
Nah, that was on the second one. That was on the second fight.
Yeah, it was the second fight. You're right, the second fight.
The first one did pretty good. It was like pretty solid.
Hey, yo, D Baby. Spence is an underdog. What you got?
Man, you know I gotta put my money on Spence. You give me plus money on Spence, I'm running that. I'm just gonna put like 500 to 1,000 on a straight bet. I'm not going.
Yes,
I'm a
sir.
parlay
Yes,
him
sir.
in New Way. I'm gonna parlay Spence with a New Way.
Mm-hmm.
What's that get you though? Does that get you to plus money?
Yeah, I mean Spence already plus money, so adding a New Way is even more plus money. So let me see. Hold on, let me look.
Man.
So I'm doing I'm adding Jake Paul too. Well, let me do like I'm gonna add George Kambosos too. So George, Inoue, and Spence, Jake Paul. That's plus 420. So I put 500. Shit, that's 2,600. Let's run that shit.
Sorry, my shit broke down. You said Inoue, Paul, and Spence.
Inoue, George Kambosos, Earl Spence, and Jake Paul. Plus 5. Plus.
Yeah, I'll go Jake Paul and Spence.
That's the odds on that is plus 420. 500 payout 2,600.
You heard that, folks? A free baby parlay for you guys. Take that and bet that shit. That baby cashes these hoes. Shouts out, baby. Good looks.
My nigga.
Yeah, bro, I ain't gonna lie. You be hitting the shit out of some parlays talking about I don't really bet like that. The fuck you mean, bro? How you cashing $1,000 tickets all the time, but you don't really bet like that?
I ain't never said I bet. I said I
You
always
can't
bet.
cash $1,000 tickets every other week if you don't play like that. I'm just saying that's not real. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying that's not real.
Did that come out my mouth that I said I don't bet like that? Shit, I bet every week, bro.
Yeah, motherfucker. Every time someone really be leaning on you, you're like, you know what? I don't really be betting like that and shit. That's what you say. And I'm like, but wait a minute, bro. You just posted like a $1,200 ticket yesterday. What the fuck is you talking about?
That's crazy. Nah, I'm betting every week, bro. I'm trying to run this
I
shit up to
feel
7
like
figures.
so right before I leave, I'm gonna say this. So I grew up at my house helping my dad fix cars in the backyard. And then when I was old enough, I got a job working on cars. Then a few years later, I opened a shop. And all the while, when I was young, I had race cars, drag racing, street racing, classic cars, old Mustangs, all types of shit, right? But I never thought I was a car guy. A car guy. You know what I mean by that? Like a car guy. I'm like if you'd asked me, I'd have been like, nah, I ain't really into cars though. That's what I would have legit swear to God would have said to you, like, Nah, I'm not really into cars though. I don't really get down like that. I like some other shit, right? But the reality is, I was a car guy all along. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just being a jackass about it because I feel like, nah. And I feel that way because it's so natural for me to be a car guy that I don't even realize I'm a car guy. Baby talking about, nah, I don't really be sharp and shit. I know my bets don't really be that good. Or all that other dumb shit he says, right? I think maybe he don't realize that he's a little sharp and that he hits some good parlays and that he might know how to gamble a little bit and that he might be a degenerate motherfucker like the rest of the people he talks to on Twitter all the time. I'm just saying, like, maybe he has I didn't know I was a car guy syndrome because motherfucker, I seen you post like $1,000 cashes ish, so 800, 1,200, 1,000, whatever. I seen you cash them shits like 3 weeks in a row, and then like the next week you lost, and I think you was like, "Fuck this, I'm taking a week off." I'm like, "But you just cashed $1,000 like 3 fucking weeks in a row." I don't know, bro. Maybe you got bigger bills than me, and $1,000 every other week or some shit don't really help. But most people be happy with that. I was just want to point that out to baby, Mister. I'm not a sharp. I'm not. I don't really be a sharp. I don't really be betting like that. The fuck out of here, bro. Like, listen. Before we go, I just want you to know that, like, when we get out of here, bro, you can lie to all your friends. And I can go lie to all my friends, bro. We do not have to lie to each other in here. It's okay. It's all right. We don't have to do that, bro. I just want you to know. You
Shit.
go tell your mama. You go tell your mama, like, nah, moms, I don't really be betting like that. Nah. That's Jimmy up the street. Jimmy bets like that. I don't really bet like that, man. I just place a couple, right? You could lie to your mom. Bro, I see $1,000 tickets posted in the chat like every fucking week, and you're like, I don't really bet like that.
I think
I'm
I
just having
said,
fun fucking with you, baby, but I'm not fucking with you. I'm very serious.
nah, Joe. I think I said I don't bet like that on other sports. I think I was saying I just bet on MMA and boxing and shit. But niggas be trying to tap in baseball and other shit. I don't be with that shit. So I only be betting like every week. These niggas
Hey,
be
it's
trying to
not
bet it.
shit, man. It's good stuff, all right?
I'm straight.
Nah, don't bet baseball. I just do it to like have that feeling kick in of adrenaline. Like I lose all my units on baseball.
Fucking junkie. Same though. Same.
You know, I saw a Kappa, right? That said, they made 3 units off of a whole season. And I was like, dang, all that many games, like
Well,
really made 3 units. I was like,
Yo,
shit.
Will, there's a phone number if you need it. I can, if you're looking for some help, bro. Like,
bro, I just want to know, do you
No,
ever
I
be
don't.
at
I
work?
no, I don't do
Will,
baseball, bro. I'm good. I'm good.
Will, do you ever be at work in a bad mood and when somebody's like, "What's wrong?" You're like, "I'm about to take a break and go get this $20 bet in real quick. I'll be right back." Just like, is that a thing for you? Like, how I'll be like, "I'm about to go for a ride," and I go smoke a joint real quick. Is it a thing for you? You'd be like, I gotta go for a ride real quick," and you go around the corner and drop 2 parlays or something. Like, is that real?
Oh, I mean, I'm always on FanDuel, so I mean, I'm just live betting, but yeah, sometimes I'll get a little upset because I feel like I worked for nothing if my bet loses, but it's good when it hits. It's just, just something to do. I just need to play, I
Where
just
do
need
you
to.
work? Where do you work?
I work at a liquor store and do a little lawn care, so
So do you
just
be
Nah,
out
that
there
nigga's
like?
an actor. He's an actor. Don't that's Ryan Gosling, bro. Don't let him fool you, bro.
nah, bro. I work at a liquor store, man. I stock shelves.
Yeah, the boss is
Same.
like, "Hey," the boss is like, "Put that shit up there," and Will's like, "Hold on, motherfucker, I'm trying to get this bet in."
Dude, when Calvin Cater got robbed by Josh Emmett, I put my whole week's paycheck on that shit. Calvin Cater money line, and I had to close that night. It was so bad, but it was pretty funny looking
Will's
back on
like,
it.
"I'm ain't even
yo,
working for
so about
fucking
that phone
nothing."
number, Will.
Will's in the motherfucker closing down the store. Like, I'm in this bitch for free. Fuck this store. I don't care about cleaning shit. I'm locking the door and fucking leaving. He ain't even paying me shit this week. Oh, Will, it's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, dude, I need to call that.
GAMBLER. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And if you call that number, they will make you a master gambler. So don't feel bad. Call that number, bro.
I got you.
Man, I'm not laughing at you, Will. I'm laughing with you, because if you're not laughing at yourself, you're doing it wrong, bro. I don't know. I laugh it off.
Will, don't feel bad, bro. I know exactly how you feel, bro. I'll be fucking at work like the day after the pay-per-view when fucking Yair was supposed to fucking bring me home $1,555. But instead, no, of course, Volk is going to do Volk shit. And I was at work all pissed the next day. No one fucking talked
Bro,
to me,
you
bro.
really thought Volk was gonna lose? Come on, bro. You know your shit was gone, nigga.
Hey.
You was hoping.
What? Come on, man.
Fuck
Like,
off,
what?
man. Fuck off, baby.
You was hoping and praying, bro. That wasn't a bet, bro. You was just hoping and praying like your shit was gonna.
He was the last dog, bro, of like a dog parlay. I'm pretty sure Cade was the one that dropped it too. I just tailed, but we were like 4 legs. It was like the last leg. It was just all dogs. We just needed Yair to cash. Nope. We were
You really
talking about it.
think Volko's gonna lose, man? Come on now. Come
Hey
on,
man,
bro.
I'm Mexican,
Come
bro.
on
I
now.
had to have hope. I was going full Marin on this one.
Oh, I
Full
got you.
Marin.
I mean, Australia,
Listen, man.
bro. So okay,
Listen, man.
okay.
Listen. Here's the truth that nobody wants to talk about. Volk is boring as fuck.
Thank you. I
Nobody
said that
wants to
last
watch
time, and
him
everyone gave
fight,
me
man.
crickets.
Nobody wants to watch him fight. Nobody.
Thank you.
Boring as shit.
Joe, listen to me.
Greatness embodied.
You like Bilal Muhammad, bro.
Bilal will beat the shit out of Volkanovski, bro.
Hell
He'll
no.
whoop his ass. It's not even the same. At least I know Bilal's about to hold him against the cage and beat his fucking head in. Volkanovski's about to like jump around, and then next time he'll grapple and hug him, and then he'll jump around. He got a finish this time. It was good. Good for him. Fuck him. I don't care. And Bilal whoops his ass. And Bilal whoops Bobby Knuckles' ass too. Fuck all y'all. You don't like that shit, huh? How about
I like
Bobby
Bilal,
Knuckles. I agree. Bobby Knuckles got.
Come
Wait.
on now.
Oh shit! I was
Volk
thinking
will
Bobby
wrestle
King.
fuck
Never mind. I was
anybody.
like,
Come on now.
never mind.
Listen, he beats Bobby Knuckles. We'll go that direction. I'm not going to argue about Baby Volk. He could beat Baby Volk. He could beat Baby Volk. Volk's smaller than me. I'm not even big. That's all I can say to you. I'm not even big. Volk is smaller than me. Like I'm kind of small myself.
Bro, Volk my height. Of course he's smaller than you. Volk like my height. He like my size, bro. Like he just got the muscles. I'm just like lean.
I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I ain't got nothing nice to say, so I'm gonna end it with that. Hey, everybody, you should start using capmma.com for your fight odds and your fight headlines. I'm tied to like 20 of the most popular MMA websites over there. We are tied to up to 60 sports books, like 25 of them report. If you're in the US, UK, over in Europe, Australia, you can click your region, you can click your odds format. We have a parlay calculator. It's got a couple glitches if you're fucking with it too much, but we're working it out. You can turn the parlay calculator on. You can click up parlays at each book. You can also click the compare button and see what the parlays pay out each book side by side, so you can see if you're getting crushed or not at your book. Sometimes you'll notice quite a big difference in the multipliers if you get 2-3
Wait,
bad
hold
times.
on. We could bet on your website you made?
No, but you can go there and build your parlays and see. So, like, if you went there and picked all your money lines for William Hill, like, I've only got over-unders and money lines right now. I'm working on more props. But if you went and picked all your money lines, you'll see what William Hill will give you for it. And then you can see what all the other books would give you for it, too. So you can see how you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, I've clicked up some parlays and seen them off by a lot when it comes to the fights that are earlier, that are favorites, you know what I mean? Like if they're off, the calculation later is massive. So like you can go there and use it for that pretty soon. And by pretty soon, I'm hoping by the end of the week we will have line tracking. You'll be able to click the line, see the movement, open what it opened at, where it's currently at, little line chart, little line graph like you would see everywhere else. And then we got a bunch more cool shit coming after that. Yeah, fighter archives and so on and so on. But I bust my chops over there. That's our site. That's the on topic site is capmma.com. So hit that shit up. Even if it's only got partial tools, man, go make some use of it. Give us some hits. We don't do no advertising over there, but eventually our links will be affiliate links and traffic helps us. So I thank everybody for everything. Some of you guys have been in here all night. I really appreciate that. Guys on the mic, you know, man, I appreciate you guys. We got our groups. We go pretty hard. Few people have been in here listening since we got in here, or damn near since we got in here. Thank you very much for that. This one will be up on the YouTube. We finally got the recording devices flipped back around. So when you wake up in the morning, you'll be able to get it here or on YouTube. Thank you, everybody, for everything, for the conversation. I love doing this. I do it every week because I like to do it. The views and the re-listens are all fucking bonus.
Hold on, Joe. Man. Hold on before you sign off real quick.
Yeah.
My bad. I want a yes or no. Is anybody feeling David Grant this weekend?
Hell yes. I'm team. Yeah, bro. That kid ain't going through Davy Grant. Fuck that. I think everybody in here was almost on Davy Grant. There might have been one person not on Davy Grant.
Yeah, that Davy Grant ain't no joke, bros.
Nah, he got a chin of granite too, bro. That kid ain't gonna knock his ass out. I don't think so anyway.
Let's get it.
Later on, boys.